Love is Triumphant. Chapter 1, 1868. Rosina Clarendon was lying on her bed, reading a book, when there was a knock on her door. "The headmistress would like to see you, miss," said the maid, who carried messages throughout the school. Rosina checked herself in the mirror to make sure she wasn't untidy, but found her appearance neat enough to please even the eagle-eyed Miss Baxter. She could not think why the head had sent for her, but she had no fear of being in trouble. As the daughter of Sir Elroy Clarendon, the local member of Parliament, she was a privileged person. She was given special treatment in many ways, including a bedroom to herself, some distance away from the dormitories where the other girls slept. She tried never to take advantage of this favoritism, but she was not surprised when she entered Miss Baxter's study and was greeted by a smile. "There you are, Rosina. I only sent for you because you have a visitor. Sir John Crosby has come to call on you, on behalf of your distinguished father." The name of Sir John took her by surprise, and for a moment it was hard to control the impulse to smile with pleasure. He was a handsome young man, and she had enjoyed many sweet dreams about him, dreams that he knew nothing about. "Sir John Crosby," she said innocently. "I wonder why he is here." "He will tell you himself," Miss Baxter said, rising from behind her desk. "He's standing just behind you." Rosina whirled and saw Sir John's laughing face. "Why, I didn't see you," she stammered. She had a horrid suspicion that she was blushing, as though all her thoughts about him might be written on her face, but she managed to greet him with an appearance of composure. "Has something happened to Papa or Mamma?" she asked anxiously. "Is it bad news?" "Not at all. All is well with your family. But I happened to be passing through on my way to my constituency, and volunteered to bring you some letters from your parents." "How kind of you," she exclaimed. He turned to the headmistress, giving her his most charming smile. "Miss Baxter, I'm sure it's against the rules, but may I speak alone with Miss Clarendon?" "Well," Miss Baxter hesitated, conscious that Rosina was no longer a child, and would soon be a debutante very soon. "Perhaps we could take a walk in the gardens," Sir John persisted, "if we promise not to move out of sight from the house." "In that case, yes. I'm sure you understand, Sir John, that we have to be very careful with such an attractive young lady about to merge into society." "Of course I do, and you may trust me to protect her reputation." How could any woman resist his smile, Rosina wondered, or the warmth of his demeanour, or the vibrancy in his voice, or his way of looking and sounding as though life was a fruit to be devoured, and he was going to enjoy all of it. Apparently, the headmistress could not resist it either. "Then you may go into the garden," she said, "but not for too long." Demurely, Rosina walked beside Sir John into the sunny garden, trying not to look too pleased at being with him. "Don't be silly," she admonished herself severely. "To him you're just a schoolgirl." In a short time she would be 18, and ready for her coming-out ball. Then she would wear pink and white satin, with rosebuds in her hair and her mother's pearls about her neck. How grown-up she would look! In her happy dream she was a glorious vision, with her fair hair and deep blue eyes, her tall, slim figure, and glowing, peachy complexion. And Sir John, who would naturally be at the ball, would be struck dumb with love at the sight of her. She pictured him gazing, enraptured, as she made her grand entrance, wondering why he had never noticed this staggering beauty before. But that was for the future, she thought wistfully. For the moment, she was trapped in a school uniform of blue serge that reduced her figure to a flat board. Instead of being swept up in a glamorous coiffure, her hair was worn down and held back by a ribbon. "We'll just go as far as the stream," Sir John said. "We'll still be in sight of the building." If only he would grab her hand and run into the woods, she thought. If only he wanted to be alone with her, to steal a kiss. But eventually he wanted no such thing, so she merely nodded and said, "What a good idea." There was a fallen log by the stream, and since the weather was fine and dry, they were able to sit on it. "Things are humming in London, as you can imagine," Sir John said. "Well, I know that the Prime Minister, Mr. Disraeli, was defeated over some bill," Rosina said. "So there's going to have to be a general election, and Papa is very excited about it, because he thinks he may actually be a minister in the next government. But I only know that because he wrote and told me himself. We aren't expected to read newspapers here." "I'm sure you don't obey that prohibition," Sir John said with a twinkle. "Certainly not. I buy some in the village, and Miss Draycott lets me read hers. But don't tell anyone, or she might get in trouble." "Who is Miss Draycott?" "The music mistress. She's quite young and very nice." "You mean she isn't scandalized by your unfeminine interests in politics?" he teased. "Seeing as Papa is an MP, she is understanding about it. Besides, the man she loves is also in politics, or at least he intends to be." "Good heavens! Who?" But Rosina shook her head. "I can't tell you that. It isn't my secret. I shouldn't even have told you her name, and I wouldn't have done so if I'd been thinking properly. Please forget it." "Very well. But I hope for her sake that this man has money." "He hasn't," Rosina said with a sigh. "Then what are they planning to live on?" he demanded. "Even if he secures a seat in Parliament, he won't be paid. MPs don't get a salary, so he'll need another job. Perhaps he's a lawyer, or something like that." Rosina's father was a successful lawyer who, for years, had combined a prosperous legal practice with sitting in the House of Commons. Sir John himself was a wealthy landowner who did not need to earn money. "He isn't a lawyer," Rosina said now with a sigh. "He meant to be, but he failed his bar exams. His health was poor at the time," she said hastily, "and it wasn't his fault." "It makes no difference whose fault it was," Sir John replied firmly. "The fact is, he has no income, and no means of earning one without passing his exams. Can he take them again?" Rosina shook her head. "He failed very badly," she said. "They told him not to return." "Wealthy relatives?" "His uncle makes him a modest allowance, but he's growing cross with him." "I'm not surprised. He sounds a feeble character." "That is most unfair," Rosina flared. "How can you, who have never been ill or poor, understand his situation?" He looked at her curiously. "I thought it was Miss Draycott who was in love with him, not you." "How dare you say such a thing? I've never even met him." "Forgive me. I shouldn't have said that." "No, you shouldn't," she said furiously. She could never understand why she always seemed to end up at odds with Sir John. When he was absent, she dreamed about his handsome face. When he was present, she noticed only how infuriating he could be. "Let's forget my sins," he said in a voice that was almost placating, "and return to this man. And how is he to obtain a good income so that he can marry your friend? Not that I think any right-minded woman would want to tie herself to such a—" all right," he said hastily, reading retribution in her eyes. "Perhaps he'll find a wealthy patron," Rosina said, controlling herself with difficulty. "Has he found one so far?" "I don't think so." "Then he'll have to marry money." "What a dreadful thing to say!" Rosina flared up again. "My dear girl, I'm only trying to alert you to the dangers. If this lady you seem so fond of is hoping this man will marry her, both you and she should be warned that it's very unlikely." "But they love each other," she cried. "You should see the things he writes in his letters." "I'd like to," Sir John said, a touch grimly. "He sounds like a cad to me." "You know nothing about him," Rosina said angrily. "He loves her truly, devotedly, passionately." "Enough to give up his ambition? Because he'll have to if he can't get financial backing from somewhere. It won't come to that, she said firmly. They will marry, and he'll find a patron. And they'll live happily ever after, Sir John said impatiently. My dear child, you're living in a romantic fantasy. The real world is a harsh place, and I'm afraid your friend is going to get hurt. I've told you, they love each other, she said firmly. Oh, love, he replied dismissively. Why must you sneer? I'm not sneering, but I think we load far too many burdens onto love, most of which it's all ill-equipped to bear. Love is very sweet for a time, but the man who relies on it is a fool. An edge of bitterness had crept into his voice. Rosina stared at him. But we were talking about a woman, she said slowly. He seemed to recover himself. Man or woman, it makes no difference, he said quickly. There is love and there is reality, and it's better not to confuse the two. Rosina was silent, astonished at this unexpected glimpse he had given her into his own experience. For a moment, there had been real pain in his voice. I don't think you should assume that everyone's experience has been like yours, she said carefully. Like mine? He repeated sharply. What are you talking about? We weren't talking about me. I think we were. Don't be so dashed impertinent, he said angrily. At your age, what do you know about anything? I know when a man's talking about himself. My dear child, and stop talking to me like that, she said furiously. I'm not a child, I'm not yours, and I have no desire to be your dear anything. I feel exactly the same. A prickly, naggy creature like yourself is the last girl I'd ever... You should start being a little careful how you speak to men, Rosina. When you're a debutante, you'll want them to like you, and they won't like you if you're always wiping your feet on them, the way you do with me. Some men positively beg to have a woman's feet wiped on them, she snapped, and then they have only themselves to blame. I take it I'm included in that list? He asked, his eyes kindling. Should you be? For a moment she thought he would explode. Then he turned away, raised his fists into the air, and roared up into the sky. Heaven give me patience! I pity the man who marries you, Rosina. He'll never get a word in edgeways. Which will save me from having to listen to a lot of nonsense, she replied tartly. On second thoughts, you are plainly destined to be an old maid. That will suit me very well. For a while, the silence was sulphurous. Then he sighed and came back to sit beside her, his good humour restored. However did we start exchanging pleasantries? He asked, taking her hand. I didn't mean to be unkind about Miss Draycott, only to utter a friendly warning. I know, she sighed. I'm sorry. It's just that the whole thing is so unfair. MPs ought to be paid, and then he could win a seat and they could afford to marry. The idea is to make sure that they are all wealthy enough to be independent, Sir John explained. It keeps out men who are regarded as not good enough. That's outrageous. I agree, and one day it will have to be changed. People like your father and myself are working for changes. So is our leader, Mr. Gladstone. That's why it's so important that the Liberals win the coming election. But I'm afraid it won't be in time to do this couple any good. They ought to give women the vote, Rosina said crossly. In fact, they ought to let us sit in Parliament. Well, maybe that too will happen one day, he soothed. Are you daring to patronize me? She asked, ready to be angry again. I wouldn't dare. You scare me. You're the most terrifying, intelligent young woman I know. Inwardly she sighed. So much for dreaming of dazzling him with her beauty. She was intelligent. She terrified him. I can't help being intelligent, she sighed. Not only intelligent, but well-informed. Which is another crime in a woman, she reminded him. With your background, you could hardly be anything else. I think your father was already in Parliament when you were born, wasn't he? Yes, he won his seat in 46, and I was born 4 years later. I hardly saw Papa on my second birthday because it coincided with election night. And nobody ever talked about anything else but politics in our house, she continued. And Uncle William is Papa's friend. The man she so casually referred to as Uncle William was in fact William Ewart Gladstone, leader of the Liberal Party. And Uncle William will join the coming election and be Prime Minister, Sir John supplied. At least that is what we must all hope and work for. He's a great man, a great reformer. He sees what's wrong with this country, and he thinks, "Oh, heavens," Rosina thought. "This isn't what I want to hear at this moment." But she could see that Sir John was fired with enthusiasm, and she didn't want to say or do anything that would bring the time with him to an end, even if he was the most annoying man she had ever known. So she listened carefully and made intelligent observations, and at last he said, "It was nice of you to listen to me. I've managed to get several ideas sorted out in my head." "I'm glad," she said politely. Inwardly she sighed. She would much rather he tell her that she was pretty and her eyes were like stars. But later, she promised herself. Later. When she was 18. "I can't wait to leave school," she said, "and be part of all the excitement." "It is going to be an exciting time," he agreed. "Here are the letters from your parents. I think you'll find they have a lot to say about plans for the summer. Your mother told me you were all thinking of going to Italy." "Oh, I'm sure that's all off now," she said cheerfully. "Who could possibly want to go to Italy when they could get pelted on the hustings instead?" "That's the spirit," he told her, clapping her heartily on the shoulder. "Well, I must be going now. I dare say we'll bump into each other again during the course of the election campaign." "I'm sure we will," she said politely. "Otherwise," she thought, "you won't give me another thought until the Liberals have won, and then you'll probably have a government job and think of me even less." As they walked back to the school building, they came in sight of the wing where Rosina had her room, 2 floors up. Looking up, she saw Miss Draycott standing on the balcony outside her window. The teacher waved cheerfully when she saw Rosina, and pointed to the watch on her wrist. "That's Miss Draycott," Rosina told Sir John. "She's reminding me that I have a music lesson with her in about 5 minutes." "Then I'll leave you here," he said. "Please say goodbye to the headmistress for me." He gave her a little bow and departed. Rosina looked up to Miss Draycott on the high balcony, waved back, and began to hurry into the building. Miss Draycott wasn't like other teachers. She was very pretty and only about 25. Her room was next door to Rosina's, and it had been easy for them to become close friends. Gradually, the age gap between them had seemed to vanish, and at last Miss Draycott had confided in Rosina about the man she loved. His name was Arthur Woodward, and he was ambitious to enter politics and get to the top. To the young Rosina, the whole story was wildly romantic. More thrilling still was being allowed to read some of his letters with their expressions of love and passion. "Oh, wow, I hope that someday a wonderful man will write to me like this," she mused. At that moment, she was not thinking particularly of Sir John. She enjoyed the mild, exciting infatuation she felt for him, but she knew it was not the overwhelming love that she hoped to find someday. When that day came, it seemed to her that to receive such declarations of devotion must be the pinnacle of any woman's life. Certainly, Miss Draycott seemed to feel the same. There was a glow about her today that Rosina thought she understood. "Has he written again?" she whispered, and the teacher nodded joyfully. There were 3 other girls taking the lesson, so they were unable to talk further. After that, Rosina had a geography lesson, but as soon as it was over, she raced upstairs and knocked on Miss Draycott's door. "Come in." She went in to find the teacher standing in the tall window that led out onto the balcony. She had a letter clutched in her hand and looked ecstatically happy. "And? Who was that good-looking young man I saw you with?" she teased. "Oh, you mean Sir John Crosby?" Rosina replied with a shrug. "He's not particularly good-looking." "Isn't he? Anyway, how could you tell from here? It's so far away." Miss Draycott laughed. "I could tell by the way you seemed so absorbed in him." "I was not," Rosina said, stung. She looked down at the ground, at the stones immediately beneath them, then the lawns leading to the woods and the stream. For a moment the height made her giddy. "Come back from the edge," Miss Draycott said. "These balcony rails aren't quite high enough for tall women like us." They drew back into the room and closed the window. "What did Mr. Woodward have to say?" Rosina asked. "He's taking me out tonight. We're going to eat at a smart restaurant." She indicated 2 dresses hanging up, one blue, one pink. "Which of these do you think I should wear?" "Oh, I think the pink one." "Yes, I'm sure that Arthur will admire me in pink, as I wore blue when I dined with him last week. Mind you," Rosina added, "I don't think he'll mind what you wear. Not if he really loves you." "Oh, he does love me. I know he does," Miss Draycott said at once. "And I love him with all my heart. I am hoping and praying that he will ask me to be his wife." "How thrilling that will be," Rosina replied. "When he's in Parliament, you'll have to have a house in London. Then there will be parties and theatres and all sorts of nice things to go to, every night. It will be very exciting." Miss Draycott smiled. "It will be very exciting, to be with the man I love, and who loves me," she answered. She spoke very softly, as if she was speaking to herself. Rosina was silent for a moment. She could not help thinking of Sir John's warning that Miss Draycott's lover would either need a wealthy patron or a wealthy wife. But he loved her, Rosina reassured herself. What could ambition matter besides true love? Miss Draycott was sighing happily, lost in the vision of herself as a bride. "I think I'll have my wedding dress made up in London," she said. "After all, the wedding is the most important day of a woman's life. I want my husband to remember me as being more beautiful than at any other time we have been together." "I'm sure he'll think so," Rosina said. Miss Draycott sighed. "I only wish I were rich," she said. "Then I could help Arthur in all sorts of ways." "Perhaps he'll win some money racing, or a relation will die and leave you a fortune," Rosina suggested. Miss Draycott spoke with sudden bitterness. "That only happens in books," she said. "In real life, you struggle to keep your head above water. But without money, you are likely to sink to the bottom, and no one will even be sorry for you." Then she brightened up again, for nothing could depress her for long when she was going to meet the man she adored. "Would you like to see his letter?" she asked eagerly. Rosina took the letter that had arrived that day and read. "I will count the hours until we are together tonight. Unfortunately, I have to go away tomorrow to visit some friends, but I'll just start counting the hours again until I can see you. I'm longing to see you tonight and to tell you how much I love you. That will take me a very long time. Goodbye, my darling, and think of me until we meet." "That is lovely," Rosina said. "It's the sort of thing I'd like someone to write to me." "It will soon be your turn," Miss Draycott said. "You must keep such a beautiful letter." "Of course I will keep it. I keep all Arthur's letters, and when I feel depressed and miserable, I read them over and over again." Rosina helped her to finish dressing and waved her off. When it was time to go to bed that night, she lay awake, thinking of her friend and how madly in love she was. Then she thought of Sir John, and heard again the sudden bitterness in his voice when he spoke of love. What had he meant by it? Had he been in love with some girl who had not loved him in return? She was suddenly aware that he had a whole life that was hidden from her. In reality, she knew almost nothing about him. She wondered what her own lover would be like, and when he would arrive in her life. Would he be charming, handsome, and passionately devoted to her? She tried to picture him, on one knee before her, offering his heart and a diamond ring. But all she could see was Sir John glaring at her and calling her a silly child. She turned over and thumped the pillow in frustration. Chapter 2. As the night wore on, Rosina's thoughts were more and more with Miss Draycott and her lover. What was happening now? Had he proposed? Were they celebrating their future happiness? She had once seen them together, although even Miss Draycott did not know about that. She had been buying some oddments in the village, accompanied by a couple of the other pupils, for girls were not allowed to go to the village alone. They had been thinking of going into a tea shop, and Rosina had looked inside one as they passed. There she had seen Miss Draycott and a very handsome young man, sitting together in the corner, absorbed in each other. Arthur Woodward had been smiling in a way that added greatly to his looks. But it had been Miss Draycott herself who held Rosina's attention. The way she held her lover's hand, the fervour with which she gazed at him, above all, her total enraptured stillness. All these things showed Rosina that this woman was in the grip of a death-defying passion. This man was her life, her world. She wanted no other, and could have no other. Without him, there would be nothing. As for him, he was devoting himself to her charmingly, but he was not lost in her as she was lost in him. The chasm between what he felt for her and what she felt for him was very plain. Rosina had turned away suddenly to face the girls with her. "Not to this place," she said. "I don't like it." "But we want some tea," they had protested. "We must find somewhere else," she had said firmly, determined to protect Miss Draycott from prying eyes. She had meant to tell Miss Draycott what she had seen, and they could smile about it together. But strangely, she found that she could not speak of it. She had seen something she had not meant to see, something deeply private and secret, and she knew she must keep silent. But she never forgot what she had witnessed. Now she knew how a woman looked when she loved a man, body and soul, more than her own life, so that nothing but him existed in the whole world. The intensity of it was almost frightening. All this came back to her as she lay listening for Miss Draycott's return. When at last it came, she knew there had been no proposal. Her friend walked slowly as though there was a heaviness in her heart, and something about that warned Rosina not to go to her, but to leave her to grieve in private. Over the next days that followed, Rosina found that although Miss Draycott was meeting her lover on every possible occasion, there were long days and nights when she did not see him. But the letters arrived almost every morning. They kept her happy, even though Rosina was well aware that the future seemed inevitably dark and empty, since he never mentioned marriage. If I could see him, Rosina thought, I would tell him that he should marry Miss Draycott, and somehow they would manage together to make some money, however difficult it may seem now. Then, one night, when Rosina was undressing and getting ready for bed, she heard someone drive up to their wing. Looking down from her window, she saw a man slip a letter through the letterbox. It was hard to see clearly from this height and in the darkness, but she could almost have sworn that the man was Arthur Woodward. But why was he delivering his letter in such a secretive way at this time of night? Throwing on her dressing gown, Rosina hurried downstairs. There lay the letter on the mat, and it was addressed to Miss Draycott. She snatched it up and hurried back upstairs. As she reached the hall, Miss Draycott opened her door. "Where have you been at this hour?" she asked. Getting something which had just been delivered for you, Rosina answered, holding out the envelope. Just been delivered? Miss Draycott exclaimed. She took the letter and returned to her room, Rosina following her. How strange, that he should write to me at such a late hour. His letters usually arrive in the morning. She lit the lamp, and Rosina could see that her eyes were shining. It must be something special, she mused. Something that couldn't wait. Oh, Rosina, do you think? After all this time? Perhaps. Read it quickly. Don't go. Stay a moment, and then I can share the good news with you. Then you can go to bed and sleep happily as I will do. Rosina smiled at her. I must admit, I am rather curious, she said, as to what is in that envelope. It would have been truer to say that she was full of foreboding. Something told her that all was not well. Miss Draycott sat down on the bed, took out the letter, and started to read it. Rosina did not move or say anything. She just waited, her eyes fixed on her friend's face. As Miss Draycott read the first page, then turned it over to read the second, Rosina asked in a low voice, Is it good news? Miss Draycott did not answer. Then, as she finished reading, she folded up the letter. Putting it on her lap, she stared at the wall as if she was seeing something. She did not speak. As the minutes passed, Rosina asked gently, What has happened? For a moment, Miss Draycott did not reply. Then she said in a voice which did not sound like her own, Well, we were partly correct. This letter is to announce his intention to marry. But not to me. I don't believe it, Rosina said mechanically. But in the depths of her heart, she knew that she did believe it. Sir John had been right all the time, and suddenly she hated him for it. He has considered the matter, Miss Draycott said slowly, and believes that we have no future together. He wants... She broke off and a shudder went through her. He wants me to return his letters. Who is he marrying? Rosina asked in a tight voice. He does not say. Miss Draycott gave a forlorn smile. Perhaps he's afraid that if I knew, I would make trouble. He need not worry. I would do nothing to harm him. I hope he'll be very happy and have everything he wants in life. She spoke in a soft, heartbroken voice that filled Rosina with dread. Following dread came anger. I hope he won't be happy, she said through gritted teeth. I hope he'll be as miserable as he deserves to be. Don't say that, Miss Draycott said fiercely. Don't wish him ill. I forbid you. Do you understand? But why should he be happy when he's treated you like this? Rosina cried. What right does he have? Every right. If he finds he cannot love me then he is right to leave me. He can be a great man, a politician, a leader, and he must let nothing stand in his way. If I must stand aside for his welfare then I am willing to do so. But the way he's treated you, he has done what he had to do, Miss Draycott said in a shaking voice, and I honour him for it. He will suffer no harm or scandal because of me. She turned a ravaged face on Rosina. Don't you understand? She said in a husky voice. To do him no harm is all I can hope for. How can you say that? Cried Rosina. He's a greedy, selfish coward. Why don't you hate him? Because I love him. Even now I love him. I cannot help it. One day you will love a man more than your own life. Love him so much that your own welfare means nothing as long as you can do him some good. When that day comes, you will understand. I hope I never feel like that, Rosina said bitterly. If love makes a slave of a woman, then I hope I never feel it. I pity you if you never love. If I never know love, I shall never know pain, Rosina said in a hard voice. And you will never know glory, Miss Draycott told her. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to be quite alone. Her voice was no longer shaking, but firm and decided. Rosina had no choice but to do as she wished. In the doorway, she stopped and looked back. Miss Draycott was still standing there, with her back to her. Remember, Rosina said, I am always your friend. I will do anything you wish. Thank you. Miss Draycott made the reply over her shoulder, and it sounded hollow. After a moment, Rosina went out, shutting the door behind her. She waited for a moment, in case she should be called back, but no sound came from behind the door, and at last she returned to her own room and sat down on the bed. She was startled by her own storm of feeling. How she hated the man who had taken her friend's love and then so callously tossed it aside in pursuit of greed and ambition. She paced up and down, knowing that she would get no sleep that night. Sometimes she stopped and listened, but there was only silence. At last, she could stand it no longer and slipped out into the corridor. At the bottom of the stairs, she found a side door, unlocked it, and went out into the night. By going round the side of the building, she would be able to see Miss Draycott's balcony. She moved out across the lawn and into the shadow of the trees. Then she stopped suddenly, alerted by what she had seen. Miss Draycott was standing by the open window. After a moment, she stepped out onto her balcony. She was looking up into the sky, lost in a dream, and seemed completely unaware of the world around her. As Rosina watched, she raised her arms high, as though appealing to the moon, and simply let herself fall. Time seemed to stop. Almost in slow motion, she drifted down to earth, while a long, mournful cry came from her. Frozen with horror, Rosina saw her fall 2 floors to crash onto the stones below. Now she forced her limbs to move, racing forwards across the lawn, praying that she might be in time to save Miss Draycott, even though she knew it was useless. She reached the figure lying on the hard stone and dropped down beside her. Blood was pouring from a wound in Miss Draycott's head. As if she sensed Rosina, she opened her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered. I could not face life without him. Oh, dear God, Rosina wept. But no harm must come to him. You promise? No harm. It took all her strength to say, I promise. I promise. I trust you, my dear friend. She closed her eyes. No, Rosina sobbed. Not like this. From somewhere in the distance, she could hear shouts. People had heard the cry and were running to see what had happened. Miss Draycott, please, don't go. But Miss Draycott did not move, and Rosina knew that she would never move again. As if a spotlight had suddenly come on, Rosina saw the letter clutched in the dead woman's hand. It was his letter, the one that had sent her to her death. If the world saw it, there would be a scandal. Everyone would know that she had committed suicide, and why. Moving too fast for thought, she seized the letter. Miss Draycott's dead grip on it was tight, as though even now she were unwilling to give up her last contact with him. But at last Rosina wrestled it from her. She just managed to conceal it in her sleeve before Miss Baxter arrived with several other mistresses behind her. Great heavens! What has happened? She cried. There has been a terrible accident, Rosina said calmly. It was strange how calm she could be now that she had made her decision. Miss Draycott fell from her balcony. Someone should send for a doctor. Nobody seemed to find it strange that she should be giving orders. At that moment, there was a natural authority about her, and Miss Baxter immediately did as she suggested. Rosina looked down at her nightdress, now stained with blood. "I'll go and get changed," she said. She sped away before anyone could ask her questions. Upstairs, she hurried to Miss Draycott's room and went straight to the drawer in her dressing room where she had kept Arthur Woodward's letters. They still were there, wrapped up in blue ribbon, and there were the few trifling little gifts he had given her, and which she had treasured so much. Rosina seized them all. There was one last thing to do. Beside the bed, she found Miss Draycott's purse where she had kept her beloved Arthur's picture. Going through it swiftly, Rosina found the picture and removed it. At the door, she stopped and looked back at the room where she had known so many happy times. "I've done my best for you," she whispered. There was the noise of someone approaching. Quickly, Rosina closed the door and returned to her own room. There she hid everything in her wardrobe until she could find a better place. Nobody would be allowed to find those pathetic remnants of her friend's life. Her reputation would remain intact. "It's the last thing I can do for her," she said fervently. "She also asked me to protect his reputation. I wonder if I'll be able to force myself to do that." But the next moment, she told herself, "Of course I can do it. I promised her. I said that I was her friend, and that's what I will be, whatever it takes." She changed out of her nightdress into the plainest day clothes she possessed. Then she drew her hair back severely against her head and tied it in place. The person who looked back at her from the mirror was a stranger to her, no longer a schoolgirl, but a bitter, angry woman, driven by grim determination. From the window, she looked down at the stones below. A doctor had arrived, and Miss Draycott's body was being lifted and carried away. Taking a deep breath, Rosina left her room and went downstairs to where the head mistress was standing, distraught. "The doctor has just pronounced Miss Draycott dead," she wept. "I know," Rosina said. "She was dead before I left her." "Ah, yes. You were the first to reach her, weren't you? But how?" "I was taking a little fresh air in the garden. I saw everything." "You saw her fall?" Miss Baxter asked eagerly. "It was an accident, wasn't it?" "Yes, it was an accident," Rosina replied quietly. She cried out and tried to save herself, but was unable to do so. "Thank heavens," Miss Baxter declared fervently. "I mean, that it was an accident. A scandal would be so terrible for the school." "And for poor Miss Draycott," Rosina reminded her coldly. "Think of her reputation." "She is dead and cannot be harmed now. People would never forget a scandal, but, with luck, they will forget Miss Draycott." She hurried away, full of agitation, leaving Rosina standing there. "I will not forget her," she thought, "ever. And I will avenge her. I don't know how, but I swear that I will." A noise outside drew her to the window just in time to see a rider galloping out of the school grounds. She threw herself onto her bed and lay listening. Presently, there were footsteps outside, and the door of Miss Draycott's room was opening. Somebody was going inside to look for clues to the tragedy. "But you won't find any," Rosina thought exultantly. "At least I have protected her that much." But she knew that was all she could do for the poor, heartbroken woman. As the realization swept over her, Rosina buried her face in the pillow and sobbed for her friend, who was now beyond grief or joy, or help. Next morning, Rosina was summoned to Miss Baxter's office. Before she went downstairs, She tried the door to what had been Miss Draycott's room. As she had expected, it was locked. Grimly, she went downstairs. "I wanted you to know that I sent a letter by hand to your parents last night, saying that after your upsetting experience, you'd prefer to return home." "But my parents are in London," Rosina said. "So I understand, but I received a message to say that somebody will call to collect you this morning." "You can't wait to be rid of me," Rosina thought. "I've seen too much, and it makes you uncomfortable. But then I never want to see this place again." Aloud, she said, "I will see to my packing." A maid came to help her, and between the two of them, they finished everything by the time a closed carriage came into view. Rosina wondered who had come for her. The carriage drew up, and she watched as the door opened and a man stepped out. Then she drew in her breath sharply. It was Sir John. Memories of their last meeting came flooding back to her. She had told him a part of Miss Draycott's story, how hard and unsympathetic he had been. He was the last man on earth that she would have chosen to see at this moment. But when she went down a few minutes later, she was careful not to show her feelings. "Good morning," he said to her gravely. "Miss Baxter has told me what happened last night, and I agree with her that this is an unhappy place for you to remain." "What does my father say?" Rosina asked. "I happened to be staying overnight at your home to study some of his papers and collect his mail. I was there when the messenger arrived, and he told me what had happened. I'm leaving for London today, and I thought you'd like to come with me and rejoin your parents." "Thank you. I should like that." As she returned to her room for her hat and coat, her boxes were already being taken away. Before leaving, she tried Miss Draycott's door again. This time, it opened. As she had half expected, the room had been stripped of all signs of life. The sheets had gone from the bed, the wardrobe doors were open, showing emptiness inside. All sign of Miss Draycott had been swept away. "She might never have existed," Rosina said bitterly. "Yes, it's shocking," said Sir John's voice behind her. She turned quickly. "I came up to see if I could be of any help." "It's too late to help," she said bleakly. "I tried. But I really wasn't any use to her." "Maybe nobody could have been," he suggested gently. She turned on him. "We'll never know now, will we?" "No. I suppose not. If you're ready, we might go now." There was a strained farewell between herself and Miss Baxter. Then she and Sir John were in the carriage, and it was rumbling away. For a while, nobody spoke. Then he said, "So, Miss Draycott has died? The teacher you told me about?" "Yes," she said, in a low, fierce voice. "And she's dead because of him." "I understood from the headmistress that it was an accident. She said that you confirmed it." "I said what Miss Draycott wanted me to say. But the truth is that she took her own life. I saw her do it." "Dear God," he said fervently. "She killed herself because of the man you dared to defend. The man You told me how sensibly he was behaving, and how foolish she was to believe in him." "I wasn't defending him. I was trying to avert a tragedy by putting her on her guard. Sadly, I was too late. But honestly, my dear girl, her hopes were unrealistic." "Of course they were," she said with a bright, hard smile. "It is always unrealistic to place too much faith in a man." "What exactly happened?" he asked, refusing to be provoked. "He wrote to her saying that everything was over between them because he was planning a wealthy marriage. He demanded the return of his letters, and he wouldn't tell her the name of his bride. He made it insultingly plain that he thought she'd cause trouble. Well, she won't cause any trouble now, will she?" Her voice trembled on the last words, and she buried her face in her hands, a prey to violent sobs. "Rosina," he said, putting his arm about her and drawing her close. "Poor girl, you've had a terrible time." "Not me," she sobbed. "She had a terrible time, and now she's dead because of him. And when she lay dying, all she could think of was that he should come to no harm. Not a thought for herself, only for him. Oh, I'm going to make him pay for it." "Rosina, who is this man?" She pulled away sharply and stared into his face, her eyes glittering. "Do you think I'll tell you?" "I wish you would. If you're thinking of embarking on some plan of private revenge, let me beg you not to." "To be sure. He's a fellow politician, and you naturally stick together. Doubtless you would like to warn him, but you shall not, because I'll tell you nothing." "For your own sake, I implore you." She lifted her chin and regarded him coolly. "I don't think we should discuss this any further, Sir John. I expect we'll reach my home soon." He drew back, slightly alarmed by this aloof young woman. "I should have explained," he said. "We're not going to your home, but directly to the railway station to catch the train to London. I took the liberty of telling one of the maids to pack all your things, and your trunks are travelling with us." She knew a pang of dismay. She would have liked to go home first and find a secure hiding place for the things she had removed from Miss Draycott's room. But on second thoughts, perhaps it would be best to keep them with her. Then her spirits lifted at the thought of London, with Mamma and Papa and the excitement of an election. So much would be happening, and there might be a little relief for her heavy heart. Chapter 3. For the rest of the journey, they avoided painful topics and stayed with the safer subject of politics. "When exactly will the election be?" Rosina asked. "Probably not for a few months." "A few months? As long as that? Surely if Parliament has been dissolved—" "It hasn't been. Even after he was defeated, Prime Minister Disraeli is still clinging on because there's a very important bill for parliamentary reform going through. It extends the vote to men who couldn't vote before, and it breaks up some of the larger constituencies into smaller ones." "Change the constituencies?" she echoed, alarmed. "Yours and Papa's?" "As you know, he has East Gradley and I have West Gradley. Now there'll be a new constituency, South Gradley, formed from a bit of his and a bit of mine. But there's no danger to us. The area is solid for our party, so we'll get in, and whoever they nominate for South Gradley will have a nice, safe seat. The point is that both parties want this bill to succeed, so they won't dissolve Parliament until it's gone through. Then the election will be fought under the new rules." "How annoying to have to wait." "Be patient, little hothead. It'll happen by autumn. Your father is quite content with the delay, since it gives us time to plan instead of having to crowd everything into 3 weeks, as we do with most elections." There was a slight awkward silence before he added, "Since our constituencies lie side by side, and we do much of our planning together, your father has very kindly invited me to stay with your family until the election is over. I hope you have no objection." At one time, Rosina would have been thrilled at the thought of seeing him every day. Now he just seemed like one of the enemy, to be judged almost as harshly as the man who had killed her friend. But the decision was not hers, and so she said politely, "I would never question my father's arrangements. I am quite certain that he has made a wise choice." Sir John sighed. "Oh dear, I predict a very chilly summer." She did not reply, and a few minutes later the train pulled into London. After that, the business of securing a cab made further discussion unnecessary. An hour later, they drew up outside a large house in the elegant part of London, called Belgravia, where the Clarendons lived. When Rosina's parents had overcome their astonishment, they were delighted to see her. Sir John explained only that she had witnessed a distressing accident at school and had been sent home to recover. Then he courteously left the family alone and went up to his room. In the library, a maid served tea and cakes, which Rosina devoured hungrily. "Sir John is staying with us for a while, my dear," her father explained. "Yes, Papa, he has already told me." "That will please you, I dare say," he added roguishly, for he was a kindly man and an observant one. But now he was forced to realize that the child he knew had vanished. In her place was a dignified young woman who regarded him with cool amazement. "Indeed, Papa? Why should you think so?" "Well, I know you've always liked him." "I hope I have always been polite to him." "Oh, come on. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that he's a very good-looking young man," Sir Elroy said in a rallying voice. "I consider his looks of no interest whatever." Faced with this queenly, offended creature, he began to realize that he had committed a faux pas, although he was still not quite certain how. "Well, I was only saying that when a young lady, that is—" He stumbled into an embarrassed silence. Rosina seized his hands. "Dearest Papa, let me beg you never to speak in such a way again. If Sir John should get to know of it, my position would be intolerable." "And it would be quite inappropriate," her mother said. "I'm sure Sir John is an excellent young man, and all very well in his way, but—" Her frown indicated that where her daughter was concerned, she had much larger ambitions. At the same time, she gave Rosina a tiny shake of the head, indicating that she would deal with Papa. Sir Elroy, having been put in his place by both his womenfolk, subsided into meek silence. When they had all drunk a cup of tea and eaten some scones, the matter was past, and he felt he might be permitted to speak again. "The next few months are going to be very exciting, and I'll be glad to have you at home when we start campaigning in earnest." "Sir John has already explained that the vote will be delayed until the autumn, because of the Reform Bill," said Rosina. "That's right. So, many more men will have the vote, and the canvassing will have to be rethought. John has devised a plan of action that will be most demanding. This is going to be a most vital election, and for the next few months there'll be no time to think about anything else." "Indeed there will," his wife said indignantly. "Rosina will have her coming-out ball, and that's every bit as important as who runs the country." Sir Elroy begged his wife's pardon and promised not to forget again. But he had an ally in Rosina, who was eagerly anticipating the coming contest. "Do you really think we're going to win, Papa?" By we, she meant the Liberal Party, of which her father was a prominent member, and on whose behalf he held his seat in Parliament. But she also meant her mother and herself. Politics was a family matter. As long as she could remember, she had breathed the air of politics, and had heard it discussed at every meal. At the age when other girls were still playing with dolls, she knew who was in, who was out, who was the coming man, who had offended whom, whose bill would pass, whose bill did not stand a chance. "We're sure to win, my dear. I've had several very interesting meetings with Mr. Gladstone." "Oh, dear Uncle William, how is he?" "Eager to get on with the job, and, between you and me, there have been certain suggestions." He stopped and seemed to become unaccountably shy. "You'll be minister in the new government?" Rosina asked eagerly. He put his finger to his lips. "Let us not count our chickens before they're hatched, my dear." "But, Papa, just how many chickens are there in this particular hen run?" His eyes twinkled, but he could say no more. For the next few days, Rosina simply enjoyed being at home. She went shopping with Mamma and bought herself an elegant inlaid box with a dainty key that secured it firmly. "I had one like that," Lady Clarendon said wistfully. "I used to keep my letters from my admirers." "But of course, when you married Papa, you destroyed them," Rosina said. "There's an excellent hat shop over there," her mother said hastily. "Let us visit it." Rosina always used the box for love letters, but they were Miss Draycott's. Everything she had taken from her friend's room went in, including Arthur Woodward's picture and a lock of his hair. Having locked it, she hid it away at the bottom of her wardrobe. There it would stay until she was ready to use the contents to ruin Arthur Woodward. The only thing that marred Rosina's pleasure in being home was the absence of her brother, Charles. He was 7 years her senior, a handsome, strapping fellow, with a cheerful disposition and a love of outdoor life. He had rejected with horror his father's plans for him to study law, choosing instead to enter the Navy. Having mastered his disappointments, Sir Elroy was now extremely proud of his son, who had merited fast promotion and was now a lieutenant. Now he was somewhere on the high seas, and they were all hoping against hope that he could return home in time for his sister's ball. But it did not seem likely. Despite the gap in their ages, he and Rosina had always been very close. He was a good listener, and never became bored when she confided her childish hopes and fears. If he had been here, she knew she could have told him about Miss Draycott. Now there was only Sir John, and she no longer felt that she could talk to him, although he was living under the same roof. Gradually, she realized that at least Sir John had the decency not to annoy her with his presence. He seldom appeared at breakfast, was gone during the day, and was frequently absent in the evening. "He's a rising star in the party," Sir Elroy said. "Everyone knows he's headed for high office one day, and all the young ladies are setting their caps on him. Some fellows in my club are even offering odds on which filly will romp home with the prize." "Really, my dear," his wife exclaimed, scandalized. "There is no need to be vulgar." "Nothing vulgar about it," her spouse protested. "Everyone knows that when a young man has brains and looks, and is clearly headed for success, then he can take his pick." "Well, I agree with Mamma that it's vulgar," Rosina said stiffly. "Sir John isn't a poor man. He surely doesn't need to marry for advantage. It's disgraceful." Her father stared. "Disgraceful? Surely, my dear, you're being unnecessarily hard on him." "Nobody seems to care about love anymore," Rosina said passionately. "But I say it's the most important thing of all." "Of course it is," Mamma replied placidly. "But worldly advantage has to be thought of as well. As you say, Sir John isn't poor, but political life is very expensive." She seemed suddenly struck by an idea. "I know who would be ideal for him. Lettice Holden. Her father is enormously rich. Of course, it's a pity he's only a tradesman, but I suppose you can't have everything." "He's one of the wealthiest manufacturers in the country," Sir Elroy protested. "And what is a manufacturer but a glorified tradesman?" his wife demanded. "Mind you, with all that money, he could afford to buy a title. Then he could sit in the House of Lords and enter political life that way." "You're right," he said, much struck. "It could be an excellent marriage for John." "We must do all we can to promote it," Lady Clarendon said. Rosina regarded them aghast. How could her parents talk like this, as though only money and influence counted? When her father had left them, she said, "Mamma, I can hardly believe what I heard. Some people must marry for love. Surely you and Papa did." "Oh, yes, dear. But if I hadn't possessed large fortune, we might never have met in the first place. He was a brilliant young lawyer, but not well off, and needed an heiress. There's no denying that." "Mamma, how terrible! How could you be sure that he loved you?" Lady Clarendon's eyes twinkled. "Because, my love, there were 2 other girls whose wealth was far greater than mine, and who would have been glad to have him, and he passed them over because he fell in love with me." Rosina sighed to think that that was counted as a love match. "But I must confess to another reason for wishing to promote John's chance with Miss Holden," her mother continued. "Your father has a sentimental idea that you and John... Well, never mind. I'm sure you're too sensible." Rosina drew a deep breath and looked away, conscious that she was blushing slightly. Far too sensible, Mamma, she said. I hope you can persuade Papa to abandon any such idea. You may rely on me for that. With your beauty and your accomplishments, you may look as high as you please. Meaning I should marry for worldly advantage, Mamma? Certainly not. Her mother sounded shocked. I hope you will marry for love. But then her manner relaxed, and the twinkle was in her eyes again as she said, Of course, we never know where love is going to strike, do we? Let us hope that in your case it strikes where there is wealth and position, and let us do all we can to guide its aim. And how are we going to do that, Mamma? With lots and lots of new clothes, Lady Clarendon said, happily. For a while, they lived in a blissful dream of visits to dressmakers and milliners. Now that Rosina was no longer a schoolgirl, almost all of her clothes had to be replaced by attire suitable to an elegant young lady. Her mother bought dress after dress. Huge bell-shaped crinolines had disappeared, replaced by skirts that were flatter in the front, draped over bustles at the rear. There were petticoats, chemises, bloomers, all made of silk and trimmed with satin ribbon and lace. There were dainty little hats to set atop her fair hair. There were shoes and fans. The whole of her new attire was stylish and modern, and it transformed her into an elegant society lady virtually overnight. She understood exactly what her mother was about. Lady Clarendon wanted a great match for her daughter, and was not prepared to see her wasted on Sir John, a mere knight. The fact that Sir Elroy was also a mere knight only added to her determination. Her spouse's unaccountable preference for Sir John as a son-in-law was merely one shoal to be navigated. One morning, when Rosina had been home for about a week, she came downstairs dressed for riding in a new habit of blue velvet that emphasized her tiny waist and womanly shape. White lace ruffles gleamed and frothed at her throat, and on her head a matching blue hat worn over one eye was the cheekiest thing imaginable. Sir John was working in the library when she entered, and his eyebrows rose in admiration. "Perfect," he said. "You will break hearts wherever you go." "That is an extremely vulgar comment," she told him lightly. "My only aim is to enjoy my ride. I do not seek to break hearts, nor would I be interested." "Nonsense. All women want to break hearts," he responded in the same cheerful tone. "What is a man's heart for, if not for first attaching, and then grinding to dust beneath a dainty heel?" She gave him a steady gaze. "You forget, Sir John, that I've seen too much of the reality of a broken heart to find it a subject for levity. I would never want to do to any man what was done to my friend. Not that any man's heart could be broken to that extent." He became serious at once. "I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention to laugh at your friend. I had forgotten about her." "I cannot forget. I hate the whole circus of the marriage market." "Indeed? And yet you were becoming part of it." There was a touch of mockery in his tone. "How dare you say that?" "It's true. You're being groomed for the highest bidder. Intelligent as you are, you must have known that." Her eyes glinted at him. "And why not?" she demanded. "It seems to be something that men do every day, and, as you know, I believe in the equality of sexes. Who says I may not do the same?" "Not me," he said quietly. "Of course, you were always bound to be a society lady. Now let me tell you something that will amuse you. Your mamma actually fancies that I am a threat to her plans. She as good as warned me off." Rosina found herself blushing. "I'm sorry," she said. "Mamma should not have done that. I assured her that—" She stopped in some confusion. "Assured her what?" he asked, regarding her with a smile that made her feel awkward. "That you and I have no thought of each other, nor ever would have. We've known each other too long, almost like brother and sister." "And I've known you as a scrubby little schoolgirl," he said affably. "That kind of impression tends to last. I don't think I could ever quite see you as a great lady, not even when you become a duchess. I would always remember the time you waded into that pond to rescue a cat and came out covered in weeds." "You would have to remember that, wouldn't you?" she said crossly. "Anyway, it had nothing to do with being a schoolgirl. I'd do it now if there was a cat to be rescued." "Yes, you would," he said, in a suddenly warm tone. "You always had a kind heart. But we are agreed in this, that I am no threat to your mother's plans." "I wish you would stop talking like that," she said. "You make my mother sound like the worst kind of conniving mamma." "I don't mean to do her an injustice, but she wouldn't like to see us talking together like this. See, she's coming now." Through the open door, Lady Clarendon could be seen heading for the library. Rosina made a quick decision. "Mamma, I'm just going out for a ride, and I'm trying to prevail on Sir John to accompany me. He spends too long poring over papers and needs the exercise." "I'm sure that your Papa is away today. He will not object. But Sir John is unaccountably trying to refuse, which I consider most ungentlemanly. Do order him to say yes." "My dear, your manner leaves much to be desired. It is a question of propriety." "But he's practically my brother, and I can quarrel with him far more enjoyably than anyone else." Outmanoeuvred, Lady Clarendon was forced to yield. "If Sir John can spare the time, that would be very kind." "I am, of course, at Miss Clarendon's service," he declared, his eyes dancing. "It will take me but a moment to change." When he had departed, Lady Clarendon said, "I don't know what you're thinking of, Rosina." "Merely to show you that your fears are groundless, mamma. While I am still not out, he is an acceptable escort, and why should I not make use of him?" She finished with a shrug that was a masterpiece of indifference. Lady Clarendon seemed reassured by this common-sense view, and made no further problems, beyond reminding her daughter not to be too late returning. Left to herself in the library, Rosina tapped her riding-whip against one elegantly shod foot, and felt pleased with the way she had fired the first shot. At one time, when she had been girlishly infatuated with Sir John, she would have been glad to know that her father favoured him. But that now seemed a long time ago, before he revealed himself as one of the heartless throng who condemned poor Miss Draycott to death. Now they were opponents, even if he had not yet realised it. Just the same, when Sir John reappeared in riding garb, she had to admit that he looked splendid. He was smiling too, in a teasing manner that, for the moment, she found acceptable. "What a clever creature you are at getting your own way," he said. "And what a devil of a life you will lead some poor fellow. Remind me never to propose marriage to you." "Remind me to refuse if you do," she countered. He joined in her laughter, and they left the house in perfect accord. As they cantered towards Hyde Park, she said, "I hope I didn't drag you away from anything really important." "Nothing that can't be done this afternoon. It's most helpful to me to have the use of your father's library." "Are you making plans for the future?" she asked. "We're all doing that in one way or another," he replied enigmatically. As they turned into Hyde Park, he asked, "How is your plan for revenge going? Have you taken any action yet?" "I'm biding my time," she replied austerely. "So far, that man's path hasn't crossed mine." "And I hope it never does." He saw the wry look on her face and hurried to add, "And that isn't because I want to protect him, but because I want to protect you." "Then you're worried about the wrong person," she told him. "My part in this is the avenging angel." "I can see you as an angel, but not flaming with vengeance." "That's because you do not know me." When he did not answer, she turned her head and saw him peering into the distance. Following his gaze, she saw two young women seated on horseback. One of them was waving. "You know those ladies?" Rosina asked. "The one waving is Miss Lettice Holden," And the lady sitting next to her is Lady Doreen Blakemore." He waved back, and they began to canter forward, followed by a groom who remained at a discreet distance as the young people met. Rosina studied Miss Holden with interest. So this was the bride that her mother had chosen for him. There was no doubt about her wealth. It was proclaimed by the thoroughbred horse she rode and the elegant riding habit she wore. On one shoulder she sported a glittering diamond brooch. It was clearly valuable, but at this hour of the day, and on this garment, it was out of place, and the effect was slightly vulgar. Her companion was far more discreetly and elegantly dressed. She was the daughter of an earl, but it was her air of breeding that announced this to the world. Sir John introduced the ladies to each other, and Lady Doreen immediately clasped Rosina's hand. "I am so glad to meet you," she said. "I've heard such a lot about you." "About me?" "Papa is very interested in politics, and he admires Sir Elroy greatly. I know that they have dined together several times at the house." By the house, she meant the Palace of Westminster by the Thames, home to the House of Commons and the House of Lords. She too had breathed in a political atmosphere all her life, and she used the term as casually as Rosina herself would have done. It was an immediate bond between them. As the four of them began to ride together, Rosina and Lady Doreen fell naturally into conversation, while Miss Holden joined Sir John just behind them. Rosina could hear them laughing, and concluded that Sir John was very pleased with his company. For herself, she found Lady Doreen charming. So far, her closest friendships had been at school, but now school was behind her, and she must learn to be at ease in the social world. Lady Doreen had made her debut earlier that year, and was full of eager advice when she learned that Rosina had yet to come out. "You will find your life transformed," she said. "Balls, parties, lovely clothes," she added in a low, confiding voice. "And young men. Of course, I shouldn't say that. Dear Mamma would be shocked. Even after debut, a girl is supposed to cast down her eyes while the men study her critically." "But why shouldn't we study them critically?" Rosina wanted to know. "That's what I say. We have our opinions too, and it is not just a matter for Papa to decide, whatever he may think," she added darkly. "Is your Papa trying to make you marry someone that you do not care for?" Rosina asked, shocked. "Not exactly. He's introduced me to several men that he approves of, and I always know that he's hoping I'll choose one of them, but he is too kind to force me. He recently encouraged a young man who was very dull but worthy, and he made it plain that he wanted me to accept him. But I simply could not, and I said so to Papa. He was most displeased. So I will have to wait for his annoyance to blow over before I can tell him that... Well..." She stopped and blushed. "There is someone else," Rosina suggested delicately. Lady Doreen nodded, her blush becoming even more pronounced. "He has not actually... That is, we have not... There are difficulties, and his delicacy prevents him from speaking, but we each know how the other feels." "I hope all goes well with you," Rosina said warmly, "for I most fervently believe that love is the only thing that matters, far more than wealth or advancement." "Oh, so do I," Lady Doreen said, fervently. "How wonderful you understand. I feel that we are going to be the greatest of friends." "I think we should be going now," Sir John called from behind them. "We shan't be forgiven if we're late for lunch." "Nor shall we," Lady Doreen laughed. They all exchanged farewells. As they were turning away, Miss Holden called out roguishly, "I am usually riding in Hyde Park about this time." "I shall look out for you," Sir John assured her. "Make sure you do," she told him. "I count on you." Rosina decided that she did not like Lettice Holden. Chapter 4. It was wonderful how Lady Clarendon's manner to Sir John thawed when she learned of this encounter. On her return home, Rosina told her everything, including how much in sympathy she and Lady Doreen seemed to be, although she left out some of the details of their conversation as unsuitable for a mother's ears. "So you think John is much taken with Miss Holden?" she asked eagerly. "He certainly seemed happy to ride beside her for some time," said Rosina. "Excellent! It will be a splendid match. You and he must ride together often, and doubtless you will meet her again." "We certainly shall. She as good as informed him so, in a matter that I thought rather forward. It may have seemed to you, my dear, but, depend upon it, he had given her reason to feel confident. You and he must go out, often." "I thought you were afraid he was going to sweep me off my feet," Rosina observed, not entirely pleased with the way this conversation was going. "Oh, that's all in the past. He's going to marry Miss Holden. We must do what we can to expedite matters." But before she could take any action, there was a development. Rosina came downstairs the next day to find her mother talking to Sir John, obviously excited over something that had just arrived in the mail. "An invitation, Mamma," she said, smiling. "But we have many invitations. What is so exciting about this one?" "It's from Earl Blakemore," her mother exclaimed. "He's giving a dinner party, and we are all invited. You must have made a great impression on his daughter yesterday, and this is the happy result." "I've always hoped that we could get to know him better. He's such an important man in the House of Lords, and he could help your father so much." "Then we must certainly get to know him better," Rosina agreed. "Nothing is more important than Papa winning his seat, the Liberals winning the election, and Uncle William giving Papa a ministry." "Oh, darling, you sound more like a politician every day." "In this family I could hardly help it," Rosina said gaily. "I know, dear, but it sounds slightly alarming in a young girl. You should be thinking of your debut, planning a guest list." "But I am, Mamma. We must make sure the list includes everyone who can be useful to Papa." She said this with an impish look that made her mother laugh, but she was also half serious. "And, after all that, we must see about finding a husband for you." "Mamma," she protested with a chuckle, "there's no need to say that as though I was some plain Jane, past her last hope." "I don't believe anyone could think that," Sir John said wryly. "Take no notice of her, John," Lady Clarendon said, smiling. "She's only fishing for compliments." "Well, you won't have any trouble finding me a husband if Papa is made a government minister," Rosina said wryly. "The men will flock around me." "My love, you're so cynical. But it's true. There's no better dowry for a girl than a powerful father. Isn't that so, Sir John?" She gave him a challenging look, reminding him that he alone knew what she was really talking about. "I'm the wrong person to ask," he said lightly. "I've never been on the catch for a husband." Lady Clarendon gave a little scream at this witticism. "What a wicked thing to say! I just hope you'll tell Rosina that she really must not speak so frankly in company." "Oh, but we're not in company now, Mamma. I say what I like in front of Sir John." "But perhaps you should not," her mother said, wide-eyed. "Why not? We're old friends, and I'm not on the catch for him, so it doesn't matter if I shock him." "Ignore her, Ma'am," Sir John said, grinning. "She's trying to terrify us, but don't give her the satisfaction of succeeding." "She terrifies me all the time," Lady Clarendon said, with an alarmed glance at her daughter. The dinner party was only 3 days away, so clearly they had been invited as an afterthought. Rosina supposed that her mother was right, and her meeting with Lady Doreen was in some way connected. This suspicion was reinforced by the discovery that Sir John had also received a last-minute invitation. Doubtless Miss Holden would also be present. It was Rosina's first really important dinner party. Since she was not yet officially out, she was not, strictly speaking, supposed to be invited to such exalted company. But it was normal for a debutante to attend a few events prior to her ball, so that she could become used to society. Her dress was a vision of tulle and satin in a delicate shade of pink. How different she already looked from the schoolgirl she had been recently, she thought. Now she could show off her tiny waist and elegant bosom. But there was more than her grown-up figure to mark the change in her. Her eyes held a sad, angry knowledge which should not have been there. Here we all go, waltzing off to the marriage market, she thought. Mamma has set her sights high for me, because she doesn't think Sir John is good enough for me. Not that I'd want him anyway. And he is pursuing an heiress. I thought better of him. But, et tu brute. And the Blakemores, of course, want Lady Doreen to marry a man of higher rank than herself. But she, at least, gives love its proper place, and will hold out against them. I must do my best to support her. Then she sighed and murmured, Poor Miss Draycott, what chance did you have in this grasping world? She and her parents travelled to Blakemore House together. Sir John was delayed by a meeting and would be following later. As the carriage rumbled through the London streets, Lady Clarendon said, I'm so glad that you struck up a friendship with Lord Blakemore's daughter. Nobody could help being her friend, Rosina said. She is delightful. How fortunate! And, even if she were not, it would be advisable for you to seek her friendship. Mamma, Rosina said, half laughing, half protesting, I do wish you would stop scheming for 5 minutes. When you're a mother, scheming is necessary, Lady Clarendon insisted, unperturbed. You'll find that out one day. The carriage had stopped. Looking out, Rosina saw the Blakemore house was magnificent. She knew its reputation as one of the finest residences in all of London. The Earl was a great man, and his patronage could be very useful. This was the first time Sir Elroy and his family had been invited. Although wealthy, they were not of great social importance, but now that he might become a minister, his value was enhanced. As they entered through the grand front door, with stone lions sitting on each side of it, Rosina's eyes widened at what she saw. There was no doubt that these palatial surroundings were very agreeable. The butler admitted them and led them down a large passage with magnificent pictures on the walls. Then he opened the door and announced in a stentorian voice, Sir Elroy and Lady Clarendon, and Miss Rosina Clarendon, your lordship. Following her father and mother into the drawing-room, Rosina thought it was one of the most attractive and magnificent rooms she had ever seen. There were several windows looking out onto the garden. There were so many flowers, which not only made the room look lovely, but also scented it. The Earl greeted them. He was a man in late middle age, with a large head of grey hair and an imposing manner. Good to see you, Clarendon, he said heartily. My love, allow me to introduce... As they all exchanged the proper pleasantries, Rosina began to look around her, and saw that their hostess was glittering with diamonds and bracelets. She began to feel that both she and her mother were somewhat inadequately dressed. Each of them wore a necklace and a brooch, in contrast to the Countess, who seemed to be smothered with jewels. Rosina's father was a prosperous man. Although his fortunes had originally been founded on his wife's dowry, he had risen in his profession and now earned large fees as a lawyer. But Rosina began to realize that the Blakemores' wealth was on another level entirely. Then, before anything else was said, the door opened and Lady Doreen came hurrying in. She was petite and exquisitely dressed in a fashionable gown of pale blue silk. Her fair hair was arranged in a way which made it seem almost like a coronet, and her jewels were clearly worth a fortune. And here is my daughter, who always manages to be late, the Earl said in a fond voice. "I'm sorry, Papa, but I was riding and I forgot the time," said the charming young woman. "My daughter rides better than any man," the Earl said, "and she can forget everything in favour of a horse." "Mine is the same," Sir Elroy said, drawing Rosina forward. "But I understand that you two young ladies have already met on horseback." "Indeed we have," Lady Doreen said, embracing Rosina. "I'm so glad to see you again." To the others, she said, "We are already such good friends." "But of course," the Countess said, "you will always have so much to talk about. Horse lovers can talk their heads off, sometimes until dawn is breaking." They all laughed, and Lady Doreen drew Rosina aside. "Wasn't it clever of me to arrange this?" she said. "Now we can see each other often. I knew from the first that we were deeply in sympathy, and it will be like having a sister to confide in." "What about Miss Holden?" Rosina could not resist asking. "Could you not confide in her?" Her companion made a face. "I like her very well, but we see things differently. She is more impressed by great titles than I am, and she would regard my wish to marry a poor honest man as madness." Something impelled Rosina to say, "But she is interested in Sir John, who does not have a great title." "But he is exceedingly good-looking," Lady Doreen teased. "I disagree. I think his looks are no more than ordinary." "Well, I can tell you that Miss Holden thinks he is extraordinarily handsome." "Then Miss Holden is welcome to him," Rosina said. "But she should be aware that he is a mere knight, as my mamma would say." Lady Doreen's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Oh ho, your mamma is afraid that you will make a match with him." "I don't know what you mean," Rosina said, confounded. "She is trying to put you off him. She plans something more exalted for you. But what are your wishes? A woman should have her own ideas at all times. Otherwise, she is in a poor position to counter her parents' schemes." "I agree," Rosina said firmly. "So do tell me, my dear friend, what are your plans? Oh, forgive me, I was forgetting. You are not out. You have yet to look around you." "That's true," Rosina said with relief. "My debut will be in a few weeks. And then all the young men will flock around you, and you can make your own choice. We will strike Sir John off the list." "He was never on my list," Rosina insisted. "Well, we'll strike him off anyway, and yield him to Miss Holden." "That would suit me admirably," Rosina declared stiffly. "Will he be here tonight? I know he was invited, but I don't see him." "He has a meeting to attend, but I believe he said he would come afterwards," Rosina said, in a voice that clearly indicated that it was nothing to her whether he was at this party or not. The room was becoming crowded. Lettice Holden arrived with her parents. All of them were dressed in ways that puffed out their extravagant wealth. Lettice, in particular, dripped with diamonds in a way that was quite unsuitable for a young girl. A young man appeared beside them. Although not handsome, he had a kind face and a merry grin which inspired Rosina's instant liking. Lady Doreen introduced him as her eldest brother George. He regarded Rosina with evident admiration, while his sister beamed on them both. When George had moved away to greet other guests, Rosina asked Lady Doreen, "And the gentleman you have been telling me about, will he not be here?" "Oh yes, he's been acting as Papa's secretary, and now he's been nominated to fight one of the new seats at the election. He's been invited because Papa regards him as a man of great talent, who should be encouraged." "But not where you're concerned, it seems." Lady Doreen gave her an impish chuckle. "I can do all my own encouraging." "Oh, Rosina, I love him so much. Not that I tell him that, of course. I leave him in doubt so that he isn't too aware of me, but I long for the day when we can proclaim our love openly." She stopped suddenly with a little gasp, and her hands flew to her mouth. "There he is. Oh, look at him! Isn't he wonderful?" Smiling, Rosina turned to look at the doorway, where a young man, splendid in evening dress, had appeared. Then her smile faded. She stared in horror, hoping to discover that this was no more than a bad dream. The man was Arthur Woodward. It was impossible, she told herself wildly. It simply couldn't be true. But it was true. This was the man she had seen in the tea shop that day, making eyes at the woman who worshipped him to the point of idolatry, and whom he would soon betray. Now another man worshipped him, unaware that his cruelty had killed Miss Draycott. He looked fine, Rosina thought bitterly, standing there in the doorway, apparently diffident, but actually allowing time for all eyes to fix admiringly on him. He was handsome, elegant, perfectly groomed. Also, he had an air of authority and an obvious pride in himself that made him appear to be very much at home in this glittering company. Only she knew that he was a cruel, heartless schemer. She watched as Lord Blakemore summoned him to be introduced to someone of note, and saw his ingratiating manner, and she hated him. Finally, when he had oiled his way around the assembled company, he came over to where the girl who loved him was waiting. "Forgive me," he said contritely to Lady Doreen. "For myself, I longed to come to you at once." "But you had your duty to do first," she said. "Arthur, let me introduce my friend, Miss Rosina Clarendon. Rosina, this is Arthur Woodward." He bowed low over her hand, and she had to fight not to snatch it away in disgust. "Miss Clarendon, this is an honour. I admire your father greatly. In fact, everyone who knows him must admire him." She longed, as she had never longed for anything before, to reply to him by telling him how much she hated and despised him. But that was impossible, so she murmured conventional thanks. There was something in his eyes, as they met hers, which made her shiver. Clearly he was assessing her, and she could tell that he thought she was rather attractive. He smiled at her in a way which made her want to strike him. "I suppose you realise that I shall be standing for South Gradley, the new constituency next to Sir Elroy's?" he said, speaking as though the whole world must be interested in him. He smiled at her as he went on. "It is not as large as his, but I'm hoping, almost against hope, that I will, with a great deal of help from Lady Doreen, win the seat." "I imagine it must be very interesting to be the first in a new constituency," Rosina said, "and of course, you are fortunate to have the power and influence of the Blakemores on your side." She could not keep a slight bitter emphasis out of her voice, but it did not notice. Nor did she expect him to. This man was blinded by vanity, and assumed that everyone took him at his own estimate. "I am indeed fortunate to have Lady Doreen on my side," he replied smoothly. "She has promised to canvass for me, and I know she will do it brilliantly." He smiled at Lady Doreen. "Are you listening?" he asked. "I am singing your praises." "So I should hope so," she said at once. "Otherwise, I'll go and work for the opposition." "You are wonderful," Arthur said, looking at her as he spoke. As their eyes met, Rosina knew exactly what Lady Doreen was feeling. It was the same as Miss Draycott had felt just before she received that fatal letter, and it was terrible to witness. She turned away, biting her lower lip, to prevent herself from telling this man what she thought of him. Lady Blakemore bustled up to them. "I hope you two aren't talking politics again. I declare, Miss Clarendon, my girl is always trying to engage Mr. Woodward in political discussions, which I'm sure he gets enough of them with my husband." Lady Doreen smothered a giggle, and Rosina knew that whatever their discussions were about, it wasn't politics. "Sir John Crosby," announced the butler. Sir John entered the room quietly, and was warmly welcomed by the Blakemores. When he had done his duty, he made his way to the little group in the corner, smiling at Rosina, bowing low over Lady Doreen's hand, and then doing the same for Miss Holden, who simpered and sighed. Suddenly, a silence fell over the room. Everyone looked up to see a new arrival standing in the doorway. He was in his late 50s with a strong face, a beaky nose, and sharp, penetrating eyes. At his side was a plump, comfortable-looking woman. "Mr. and Mrs. William Gladstone," announced the butler. Lady Blakemore hurried to greet the great man who led the Liberal Party, and who was widely expected to be the next Prime Minister. The room began to buzz again. Arthur Woodward's attention was riveted. It took the Gladstones some time to greet everyone, because so many people wanted some of the great man's time. When he came to the Clarendons, he shook hands and stood talking intently with them in a way that everyone agreed was very significant. Then his eyes warmed as he saw Rosina. "And how is my dear goddaughter?" he asked, hugging her. "All the better for seeing you, dear Uncle William," she said, embracing him and then embracing Mrs. Gladstone, who also greeted her warmly. Lady Doreen had also met Mr. Gladstone before, but she was not his goddaughter. There was an extra warmth in his greeting of Rosina, and she sensed that Arthur Woodward was aware of every nuance as his sharp eyes darted from one to the other. It was time to go in to dinner. Rosina found herself sitting between two gentlemen whom she did not know, but with whom she fell easily into conversation. On the other side of the table, she could see Lettice Holden flirting shamelessly with Sir John. But her efforts would be useless, Rosina felt sure. He had far too much delicacy to be attracted to such a vulgar young woman. She also had a good view of Arthur Woodward, who was sitting beside Mrs. Gladstone, turning all his charm on her, and neglecting the sad-looking spinster on his other side. Afterwards, the ladies retired to have coffee in the drawing-room, while the men stayed over their port. When they finally joined the ladies, Arthur came straight over to Lady Doreen. Now he had many secret things to say, which only she could hear. "I hate him," Rosina said to herself. "I hate him, and I will never, never, in the whole of my life, fall in love with a man like that. All he cares about is what benefit she can bring him." As she thought of the loving letters he had written to Miss Draycott, she wanted to get up and hit him over the head, then to tell the whole world how corrupt and appalling he was. But she could not do so in this house. Her father needed Lord Blakemore's friendship. But only his friendship, she thought angrily. Papa always pays his own election expenses, while Mr. Woodward will be having his paid for by the Blakemore family. At that moment, the young man looked up and caught her eye. Smiling, he came to join her. "May I fetch you some more coffee?" he asked. "Thank you. I should like that," she said, as warmly as she could manage. She had decided that it was time she became better acquainted with Mr. Woodward. And, of course, he wished to become better acquainted with the daughter of a man who might soon be in a position of power. "I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you before," he said, returning with the coffee. "I'm not really out yet," she explained. "In fact, I was only recently at school." "I find it hard to picture you as still a schoolgirl," he said. "You seem so confident and sophisticated." "You're too kind. In my last year at Lane Hall, we were taught how to behave in society." There was a perceptible rattle from the cup in his hand, she was glad to note. "Did you say Lane Hall?" "That's right. It's a school on the edge of Papa's constituency. Have you heard of it?" "I believe so." "Have you been to that part of the world recently?" Yes, that is," he stammered. "It's near my own constituency, the one I hope will be mine." "Then, of course, you pay frequent visits," Rosina said, smiling implacably, "to make yourself familiar with the place." "That is one of my duties." "I should really have been at school now, but I had to leave early. owing to a very upsetting experience." "I'm sorry to hear that." He had recovered some of his smooth manner. "Well, the experience was not mine, but that of a good friend of mine, a teacher, called Miss Draycott." He neither moved nor spoke, but his face was the colour of death. "Perhaps you have met her, Mr. Woodward?" "No," he said, the word exploding from his mouth like a bullet from a gun. "Why should you think that is, I don't believe I've had that pleasure." "I could almost believe you," she thought, "if I hadn't seen you sitting with her in a tea shop, holding her hand and gazing into her eyes." "No," he said again, "I never met this lady, but I do recall hearing of her, that she left the school without warning. Friends who wrote to her were informed that she had departed suddenly." "Of course," she thought. "After I left, you grew nervous because she didn't return the things you'd asked for. I expect you wrote, reminding her, but your letter came back with a note to say that Miss Draycott had left without leaving an address. Since then, you've been on hot coals wondering where she is and what she did with your comprising letters." "Yes," she said aloud. "She did depart very suddenly indeed." "Do you happen to know where she has gone?" he asked, with an attempt to sound casual. Rosina drew a deep breath and looked him straight in the eye. "She is dead, Mr. Woodward." It did her good to see the look that passed across his face. It was one of stark terror. Chapter 5. Rosina spent the rest of the evening in a mood of angry excitement. She had struck a blow for Miss Draycott, and it was a thrilling experience. Now that she had seen Arthur Woodward at close quarters, she hated him more than in the past. His ease of manner, his assurance, only made her think of her friend lying dead. Fairly soon after their encounter, she went to her father's side and said, so that only he could hear, "I think we ought to go home. You have a great deal to do tomorrow, and if you are tired, you will find it very difficult." He smiled at her. "You are quite right," he agreed. "We must go home. But I have enjoyed coming here tonight, and I hope the Earl's daughter will stay your friend." He lowered his voice before he went on. "I hear they have parties almost every week. That is what you would enjoy, I am quite certain." "Actually, I enjoy being with you," Rosina replied. "I think we will find it difficult to concentrate on anything else until the election is over." Her father laughed. "You are quite right, darling," he said. "But I think you had rather a difficult and unhappy time recently. And now I want you to enjoy yourself. So if they ask you to come again, you must accept." Before they left, Arthur Woodward sought her out. After their brief conversation, she had turned away, giving him no time to reply, and she could tell that he had been agitated ever since. He uttered the conventional words of farewell, but his anxious eyes seemed to bore into her, as if, in that way, he could seek out her true meaning. It was with difficulty that she shook him by the hand. "It has been a great pleasure to meet you and your parents," he said to her. "I wish for your father the same success that I long to have myself." He paused for a moment. Rosina knew that he expected her to give him words of encouragement and flattery. Instead, without speaking, she walked away. She could sense him staring after her, wondering why his charm did not seem to work, or perhaps fearful that the reason was the one he suspected. "Is Sir John not accompanying us?" she asked when she and her parents were in the carriage. "I saw him deep in conversation with the Holdens," Lady Clarendon replied. "No doubt they will convey him in their carriage." So the Holdens were determined to get their claws into him, Rosina thought. On the other hand, it was a relief, as she wanted to speak about Mr. Woodward without alerting Sir John. "Do you think Mr. Woodward is likely to win in South Gradley?" she asked her father. "I think he's going to have a tough time," her father replied. "A new constituency is always difficult. Don't tell me he took your fancy. I thought your manner to him was rather cool when we said goodbye." "He most certainly did not take my fancy. I have no wish to meet him again." "Perfectly right, my love," her mother said. Rosina was tired, and went to bed as soon as they reached home. But she did not, as she had expected, fall asleep at once. She lay awake until nearly 2 o'clock, when she heard the sound of a carriage in the street below. Getting out of bed, she went to the window and looked down to where Sir John was just entering the front door. Strangely enough, after that it was even harder to get to sleep. The following morning, Rosina and her mother settled down to the serious business of planning her debut ball. The guest list was glittering, since Papa knew not only the Blakemores, but almost all the great titles in the House of Lords. The Duke of Allion will be there, with his eldest son, whose engagement has just been broken off, Lady Clarendon said with satisfaction. "Mamma, that is going much too far," Rosina said, laughing. "You can't marry to a duke, not unless I had as much money as the Holdens." "Ah, yes, the Holdens. They must be invited for John's sake. You do well to remind me." "I didn't mean—" "And the Blakemores will bring their eldest son, whom you have already met?" Rosina gave up, convinced that her mother was beyond reason. "Now, Miss Kennington will be here this afternoon to discuss your dress, and then—" "Yes, Amesbury?" "Mr. Woodward has called, your ladyship," the butler informed her. "Indeed?" Lady Clarendon did not look pleased at this visit by a penniless man. "Very well. Show him in, please, Amesbury." "Surely you cannot have encouraged him?" she asked when the butler had gone. "No, Mamma. He doesn't please me at all, but he's so obviously seeking to ingratiate himself in society that I suspect he's calling on everybody. Let us hope that it is no more than that." He entered, apparently at ease, smiling, full of practised charm, uttering words of thanks to those who had been so kind to him the previous evening. But Rosina was not deceived. She saw his pallor, his dismayed glance at her mother. He was on edge, longing to find out more from herself, but unable to speak unless he could see her alone. Lady Clarendon spoke to him politely, but without warmth, and she did not offer him refreshments. Rosina replied to his questions as briefly as possible. He grew paler still, as he realized that he would not be able to talk to her alone. Then, just when it seemed that he had no choice but to leave, Sir Elroy walked in and greeted the young man cordially. "Woodward," he exclaimed, shaking his hand. "I hear fine things about you from Lord Blakemore. Well, I expect we'll be seeing you at my daughter's ball, eh?" "That's right. Everyone will be there." "Thank you, sir. I shall greatly look forward to it." Defeated, Lady Clarendon had no choice but to murmur, "I shall send you an invitation, Mr. Woodward." "I shall look forward to it eagerly, Lady Clarendon." "Come and talk to me, my boy," Sir Elroy said jovially, sweeping the visitor off to his study. Lady Clarendon waited until they were out of earshot before saying carefully, "I have only admiration and respect for your papa, who is clearly going to be a great statesman. But sometimes I wish he would mind his own business." Rosina's debut dress was glorious white silk, adorned with tiny white rosebuds. The skirt swept back to a bustle that swished elegantly as she walked, and the bosom was cut lower than any dress she had ever worn before. With it, she would wear her mother's dazzling pearl jewellery, taken out of the bank where it was normally stored, and now cleaned and reset. As well as a necklace, there was a tiara, earrings and bracelets. The guest list swelled every day. The Blakemores were coming, so were several other titled families, including several of the opposite political persuasion to the Clarendons. Sir Elroy was a popular man in both Houses of Parliament, and, as he said, "This is a party, not a political convention. I shall invite all my friends, no matter what they believe." "There's a rumour that Mr. Disraeli himself will be coming," Sir John told Rosina. "I can hardly believe it." "Mr. Disraeli likes a good party, and this is rapidly becoming the party to attend. Anybody who was excluded could never hold up their head again. You're going to be the belle of London." "But of course," she said carelessly. "Look at who my father is." "No," Sir John said quietly. "Not because of him. Because of yourself. I know that some men will chase you for gain. That's the way of the world. But most of them will admire you for your honesty and sweet nature." There was a note in his voice that she had never heard before. It disturbed her obscurely, and she quickly riposted. "You're very uncomplimentary, sir. You don't say they'll admire my beauty." He smiled. "I thought we could take that for granted." "Then you are mistaken," she said in a teasing voice. "Women do not like having their beauty taken for granted. They prefer it to be mentioned." "Some women like to have their looks praised constantly," he agreed. "But I don't think you are one of them. You have a good mind and a generous heart, and you should never marry until you find a man who values them above looks, above advancement, and above money." There was something in his tone that touched her heart, and for a moment she almost softened. But the mention of money conjured up Lettice Holden, and inwardly she drew back. "Then I think I shall never marry," she said with a careless shrug, "since where is such a man to be found? Nowhere, I would have thought." "Don't," he said fiercely. "Don't talk like that." "I shall speak as I please. How dare you try to give me orders?" "I do not order, I implore. You're about to enter a world where everything is for sale and all true values are turned upside down." "Do you think you have to tell me that?" she flashed. "Haven't I reason to know it?" "Yes, that's what makes me afraid of you. You're so full of anger and mistrust, but I beg you not to become hard and suspicious." "No, I should be stupid and trusting like other girls, and believe everything a man tells me." "Of course not. It's right that you remember your friend, but don't let it turn you against the world. You're sweet and gentle, and that is what makes you lovable, not—" He checked himself abruptly. In his eagerness, he had seized her hands and was holding them tightly. There was a burning light in his eyes as he looked at her, and she could feel his warm breath fanning her face. Startled, Rosina gazed back at him, so that their eyes met, and she seemed to be looking directly into his soul. At the same time, she had a disconcerting feeling that he too was looking into her soul. She took fright. How dare he do this, as though every thought and feeling she had was opened up to him? How dare he understand her? She snatched her hands back, turning away from him. "Forgive me," he said. "I didn't mean to. What you do is none of my business." "Indeed it is not," she said in a shaking voice. "I wish you every success, Miss Clarendon. You deserve the best that the world has to offer." Without warning, she found herself on the verge of tears. She took a moment to control herself, then turned back to smile at him, wanting to be friends again. But he had gone. At last, the night of Rosina's debut ball arrived. The great ballroom was gloriously decorated with flowers. The orchestra was taking its place, beginning to tune up. Rosina stood in front of the mirror, taking in the sight of herself in her fabulous white dress. Pearls gleamed softly in her hair, in her ears, and around her neck. Rosina drew a long breath, trying to believe that this vision was really her. "My love, you look so beautiful," her mother said ecstatically. "All the men will fall in love with you." "I don't want to be greedy, Mamma," Rosina said demurely. 5 or 6 will do." Sir Elroy appeared and kissed his daughter. "You look lovely, my dear." "Oh, Papa, if only Charles had managed to be here." "I know. His last letter said that he would do his best, but obviously it wasn't possible. Now we must go down to greet our guests, who will be arriving soon." The 3 of them went out into the corridor just as Sir John appeared from his room. He stopped and stood looking at her as if he could not believe his eyes. "Miss Clarendon," he stammered, "may I suggest that you look magnificent?" "Thank you, kind sir. And you too look exactly right." He was in white tie and tails, and looked, she was sure, more splendid than any man had ever looked. "Thank you, ma'am," he said, bowing slightly. She pulled herself together. It would never do to let him think she was gaping at him. "I'm sure Miss Holden will approve," she said, recovering herself. "Miss Holden?" echoed Sir Elroy, who was not quite abreast of events. "Is she—" "Don't let us stand here chattering," his wife broke in with a determined smile. "Our guests await." The 4 of them walked down the broad staircase just as the butler opened the door and announced the first arrival. In a short time, the ballroom was filled with all the most glittering names in London, whether political or aristocratic, or both. To Rosina, Uncle William was the greatest man in the room, since she was sure William Gladstone would be Prime Minister in a few weeks. But Mr. Disraeli was still the Prime Minister, and to have drawn him to their house was a coup. He was in his 60s and splendidly ugly. Beside him was his wife, 12 years his senior, and with an excited manner that concealed a shrewd brain. Like everyone else, Rosina was charmed by them and their devotion to each other. At the same time, she could not help viewing Dizzy slightly askance. "Everyone knows he originally married her for her money," she murmured to Sir John. "True, but I've heard him say so openly, joking, and then announce that he'd do it again for love. However it started, it's a love match now," he added wryly. "Besides, aren't you trying to marry me off to a rich wife?" She gasped at his frankness, but before she could reply, he said, "Ah, I see her now. Excuse me." Infuriated, she watched him walk over to the Holdens and raise Letitia's hand to his lips. At that moment, there was a small commotion by the door. Rosina turned her head just as her mother gave a little shriek of joy. The next moment, they were both racing across the floor to greet the newcomer. "Charles, my dear boy," Lady Clarendon cried, hurling herself into her son's arms. "Managed to get here." "I've only got a few days' leave, but I wouldn't miss Rosina's ball for anything," he said. He kissed his mother, clapped his father on the shoulder, and then embraced his sister. "You look wonderful, sis," he said affectionately. "So do you," she said sincerely, for Charles was in the full dress uniform of a naval lieutenant, and it suited his tall, handsome figure. There was a flurry of introductions. Everyone wanted to meet him, and everyone was impressed by his handsome, laughing countenance, especially the ladies. After that, the evening went by in a whirl of success. Mr. Disraeli himself begged the first dance with Rosina, then Uncle William. If Rosina had wanted to flaunt her high political connections, she was being given every chance to do so. The young men competed for her hand. She danced with the heirs of dukes, marquises, and earls. Twice she danced with Lady Doreen's brother, George, the pleasant young man whom she had met at their house. As they twirled around the floor, she studied the other dancers, and saw Sir John with Miss Holden, and Lady Doreen dancing with Arthur Woodward. As they passed each other, he looked up and their eyes met. There was the same look of fear that she had seen before, and she was not surprised when he approached her as soon as the dance was over. "May I have the honour of this dance, Miss Clarendon?" he asked. "Very well," she said, rising and giving him her hand. She danced in silence, refusing to make things easy for him. At last he said desperately, "I was most interested in what you were telling me about Lane Hall, Miss Clarendon." "Do you mean the death of my friend, Miss Draycott?" Yes. I was most distressed to hear of it." "Really? Did you know her then?" He blenched. "I was not personally acquainted with her." "Really? That's not what your letters say." This time he almost stumbled. "I really don't know what you are talking about." "I know that you will understand the need for me to do this," she said, quoting from his last fatal letter. "I'm sure you recognize those words." He swallowed convulsively. "Or how about these?" "I beg you to return my letters. They can have no meaning for you now." Rosina's eyes flashed. "No meaning, Mr. Woodward? What passed between you may have had no meaning for you, but she loved you with all her heart, and she died for it." "But surely her death was an accident." "That is what the world believes, because I have protected her reputation by removing all trace of you." For a moment his face showed his relief, but the next moment she snatched it back from him, saying, "You will never get those letters back, Mr. Woodward, or your picture, or the gifts you gave her, or the lock of your hair." "Oh, heavens! Miss Clarendon!" "I trust I make myself clear." He began to burble. "You don't understand. I meant no harm. It was a wild infatuation, but she misunderstood. She thought I meant more than I did." "Don't force me to quote your own words to you again." "I meant no harm," he repeated. "It was all a misunderstanding. I have my way to make in the world, and am ambitious, which surely is not a crime. You think badly of me, but I know I have it in me to be a great man, and be of service to this country, if only I can make a start." He was talking very fast, almost falling over his words in an attempt to make her see matters his way. Rosina listened with contempt. "And you intend to make a start with my friend, Lady Doreen?" she asked sweetly. "I don't think that's a very good idea." Suddenly his face became hard and cruel. "Miss Clarendon, if you're planning to thwart me, let me advise you against it. I have made my plans, and I will not be deterred now." "Are you threatening me?" she asked lightly. "How very foolish of you. I am not Miss Draycott, all alone in the world." He realized he had erred, and backtracked hastily. "You misunderstand me. I only meant to say that my intentions are good, and the country will benefit if I am allowed to serve as I mean to, and, Miss Clarendon, I will do anything if only you will return my letters." "But I will not return them." "You must," he said frantically. In his agitation, he raised his voice, causing several heads to turn in their direction. "The dance is ending," she said. "It's been such a pleasure talking to you, Mr. Woodward." "But—" "Miss Clarendon," said a welcome voice. It was Sir John, appearing by her side, ignoring Arthur Woodward. "I believe the next dance is mine," he said, opening his arms. "So it is," she said, going into them and whirling away from Arthur Woodward, who was left glowering. "Why was Woodward becoming so agitated?" he asked. "What is it that you must do? Marry him?" "Certainly not." "Then what were you talking about?" "That does not concern you," she said loftily. "Suppose I asked you what you talk about with Miss Holden?" "Chiefly about her father's money," he said calmly. "What?" "She introduces the topic in every conversation. I think I must know what every one of her diamonds is worth, plus all the other jewels that she could have worn but didn't." "How vulgar." "But you're the one who's pushed me into her arms," he said innocently. "And I must say, I'm very grateful to you." She glowered at him, but he continued unperturbed. "After all, a man has his way to make, and in that respect, Mr. Woodward is an example to us all." "What do you mean?" "Look at him." Following his gaze, she saw what he meant. Arthur Woodward was talking to the Prime Minister, his head inclined at an intent angle, as though he lived only to drink in the great man's words. "But Mr. Disraeli is a Conservative," Rosina protested. "We're trying to drive him out of power." "Obviously, Mr. Woodward is protecting himself from both sides," Sir John said blandly. "You don't mean that he—" "Surely not." "Why not? His position is precarious. The party hasn't even nominated him for South Gradley yet. And if they do, who's to say he'll win it? It's a new constituency, and could go either way. I can't make myself like Woodward. I think he'll do anything, even make up to you because of your father. Don't listen to him." "He's not making up to me." "Are you sure?" "Quite sure." He gave her a strange look, then asked quietly, "Is it him?" "What do you mean?" "Is he the man Miss Draycott loved?" "He is, isn't he?" She shrugged. "And you were threatening him," he said, astounded. "Good grief! I never heard anything like it. Don't you know what a dangerous thing you're doing?" "Why should it be dangerous? There's nothing he can do to me," her eyes kindled. "But there's a great deal I can do to him." "Rosina, I beg you, give up this idea." "I won't give up. You didn't see my friend fall as I did. I held her in my arms as she was dying, and I'll never forget it. Nor will I ever forget him. I hate him, and I always will." "Rosina," he said. "Rosina, please." Something in his voice seemed to go through her, making her tremble. He spoke her name with a soft, yearning note that was unbearably sweet to hear. She wondered if he used that tone with Miss Holden. "Don't," she said. "Don't say any more." "You're right. Talking is dangerous. Dancing is better." He was right, she thought. Who cared for words when she was in the arms of such a superb dancer? Fleet-footed, he swept her across the floor, and suddenly she knew a sensation of soaring, as though her body had created to move in time with his. If only, she thought, as she spun round and round in his arms, this wonderful feeling could go on forever. But when the dance was over, she wondered at herself. This was only Sir John, whom she had decided was an enemy. But sometimes it was hard to remember that. Chapter 6. Next morning, the door-knocker never stopped. Bouquets and gifts arrived for Rosina every few minutes, plus a stream of invitations. "You're the belle of the season," her mother said in delight. She and Charles went riding together in Hyde Park. Lady Doreen and her brother appeared, and the two couples fell in together. Charles edged his way forward so that he could ride beside Lady Doreen, while Rosina fell back and chatted to George, who was in a downcast mood. "Debts," he mourned. "They just pile up." "You mean you're extravagant," she teased. "And I gamble a bit," he confessed. "Well, more than a bit. Papa is furious. But he doesn't know anything." "More gambling debts?" He looked uncomfortable. "And a few other things." "There's nothing for it," she said merrily. "You'll have to marry an heiress." "You're quite right," he sighed. "I'd ask you, since like all the others I'm madly in love with you. but I don't think you have nearly as much as I need." At this, Rosina laughed so hard that the other two turned and looked at her, and Lady Doreen observed to Charles how well Rosina seemed to be getting on with her brother. "I dare to hope that she has a partiality for him," she said. In a sense, she was right. Rosina did have a partiality for George, but only a sisterly one. She especially appreciated the honest way he had confessed his situation, thus clearing the air between them of any misunderstanding. After that, they were the best of friends, and he confided in her things he did not dare to tell even his sister. They met repeatedly at parties and balls, glittering, colourful occasions that she realised made up the marriage market. She despised it because of Miss Draycott, but she also found some of it very enjoyable. She often met Arthur Woodward at social gatherings. He was popular and known as a man with a promising future, and there were several houses, with daughters, in which he was welcome. In Rosina's presence, he was always careful to conduct himself with decorum, but he never ceased trying to talk to her alone. Sometimes she avoided him, sometimes she permitted him a word or two. Sir John was often present at these parties, and she was always conscious of his eyes on her whenever Arthur came near. At one evening function, where the guests were being entertained in the garden under trees hung with coloured lamps, she found Mr. Woodward by her side. "I must talk to you," he muttered. "I have nothing to say to you, Mr. Woodward." "But I have much to say to you, madam. I will not tolerate having a sword hanging over my head." "And I will not tolerate you buying your way into society by making false love to innocent women. Keep your distance from young ladies, and behave like a gentleman." She could see that he was inwardly seething with rage, but caution forced him to keep his voice low. "You have property of mine that I want returned," he said through gritted teeth. "I have nothing that belongs to you." "My letters." "Letters belong to the recipient, who was Miss Draycott, and she entrusted them to me. You might call me her executor." Driven by endurance, he seized her wrist and dragged her into the darkness beneath the trees. "Don't play games with me," he snapped. "I'm not playing," she assured him. "If you're so sure these things belong to you, why not make a legal challenge, and we'll face each other in court?" Even in this light, she could see him grow paler. She knew he couldn't risk anything that might expose the contents of those letters. "Leave my friend alone," she told him, "or I'll ruin you. It's not as easy as you think. I have made certain pledges to Lady Doreen, and if I were to, that is, if you were to offend her now, she might complain to her father, who would withdraw his influence," Rosina supplied. "You will simply have to take that chance, because I will not allow a man like you to marry her. Now let me go." She wrenched herself free of him and ran away, back into the light, almost into the arms of Sir John. "Good heavens! What's happened?" he demanded. As he spoke, he took hold of her, and she felt how much more pleasant it was to be held by Sir John than to be held by Mr. Woodward. "Take me home," she begged. "Just take me home, please." He did so, putting his arm about her and hurrying away towards the waiting carriage. Neither of them saw Lady Doreen standing there, watching Rosina's departure with a face full of disillusion. The following morning, Rosina was alone when the butler announced, "Lady Doreen Blakemore, madam." The girl who entered the room was unlike the person Rosina knew. Gone was her youthful exuberance. Now her face was sad and haunted. "How could you do it, Rosina?" she asked, with tears in her eyes. "I thought we were friends. I trusted you, and you tried to take my Arthur from me." "I tried to take him from you?" she echoed, astounded. "I saw you last night, running out of the trees, and Arthur coming out after you. You had been together. Don't try to deny it." "I don't, but I spoke to him, and he confessed everything." "He did?" "He told me how you'd tried to come between us because you wanted him for yourself." How dare he? Rosina exploded. Me? Want that greedy, deceitful, callous, heartless, lying... me? Despite her distress, Lady Doreen stared at her, astonished and impressed by Rosina's forcefulness. It's true that I've tried to break you up, and I won't give up until I've done so. But not because I want him myself. He's the last man I could ever want. Then I don't understand you, Lady Doreen said. Mr. Woodward is not the injured innocent he pretends to be. Only very recently he was writing passionate love letters to someone else, swearing eternal fidelity, saying that no other woman in the world could mean anything to him. She fell madly in love with him, and every day she waited for him to propose. Instead, he wrote to her breaking it off, saying he had found a better match. The woman was devastated. Lady Doreen had recovered her composure and was looking at Rosina with scorn. And this woman, I suppose she is yourself? Oh, no, Rosina said sadly. Her name was Elizabeth Draycott, and she was my friend. Lady Doreen stared at her. Was? She asked. Yes, was. She is dead now. The other girl made one last attempt. I do not believe you, she said. This is all lies. Rosina sighed. In that case, come upstairs. There's something I must show you. Reluctantly, Lady Doreen followed her up to her room and sat down as far away from Rosina as possible. Rosina pulled out the box where she kept the letters, unlocked it, and took out the contents. Here are all the letters he wrote her, she said, handing them over. Her friend read in silence for some minutes before saying bleakly, This is his handwriting, and these are the self-same phrases he has used to me. And this? She was holding the final letter, the one that had driven Miss Draycott to her death. This one is dated a week after he and I met, when he was already speaking words of love to me. He was already planning to marry me for mercenary reasons, wasn't he? I'm afraid he was, Rosina said gently. I don't understand. How do you come to have these? As I have told you, Miss Draycott is now dead. She threw herself off a balcony and died in my arms. I took these things from her room to preserve her reputation. In her dying moments, she only thought of him. She wanted no harm to come to him, so I tried not to injure him. I simply told him to leave you alone, under threat of being exposed. But I would never have exposed him, if he'd simply backed away from you. But when he told you such lies about me, I had no choice but to defend myself with these letters. She is dead, Lady Doreen murmured. She died for love of him. How terrible. Bad news is always terrible, Rosina said. Forgive me for the distress this must cause you, but believe me, if you had married him, you would have been wretched. I would give anything not to believe you, but I cannot ignore these letters. I promise you every word I've told you is true, Rosina answered. I don't want you to be caught and tied to such a despicable man. He's selfish and dangerous. You were right to tell me, Lady Doreen agreed. But it has been a shock. I thought, I suppose stupidly, that what he was saying to me he had never said to any other woman. That I was the one woman he'd been looking for. She fell silent, sunk in sadness. Rosina regarded her with sympathy. At last she said, I'm afraid that is part of his act, and he does it very well. But I'm certain that poor Miss Draycott was not the first person he had made love to, nor will she be the last. What am I to do? Lady Doreen said. I had promised to help him canvass in the constituency. If he was adopted as candidate, I can't do that now. But Papa will wonder why. Perhaps I could tell him that I've promised to help you canvass votes for your father, as we are such good friends. She looked quickly at Rosina. We are friends, aren't we? Always, Rosina replied fervently. Forgive me if this has hurt you, but it would have been worse for you to learn the truth later. You are quite right, Lady Doreen said in a soft voice. Don't let yourself be sad for long, Rosina said impulsively. He isn't worth it, and what you have learned from him may be useful in dealing with other men. You have so much to offer that the wrong sort of man will always imagine you are easy prey. Then he will find himself mistaken, her friend said in a resolute voice. I will wait for the right man. I'm glad you said that, Rosina told her. He must love you because you are the perfect woman he has been looking for, and perhaps praying for all his life. As you are so pretty and very intelligent, I think that, sooner than you expect, you will find the right person who you will love, and who will love you for the rest of your life. She paused for a moment before she added, That is what we all want. Of course I want it too, but... She broke off and sighed. I don't know if it will happen for me. But all the men are sighing for you, Lady Doreen said. But I am not sighing for them, Rosina said with a laugh. And I thought you wanted to take Arthur away from me. I did, but only to toss him on the rubbish heap where he belongs, Rosina replied with spirit. At this, Lady Doreen even managed a faint laugh. I should thank you for being brave enough to take action against him, she said. I would never have suspected. I believed Arthur when he told me I was the first person who had ever captured his heart. There was a sob in her voice as she continued. Now I see that all he cares about is his personal gain. Unfortunately, that is true, Rosina admitted. But not all men are like him, and sooner or later we'll find a man who loves us because we are ourselves, and not because we have anything else to offer him. How shall we know? Lady Doreen wondered. How can girls like ourselves ever be sure? I think we know instinctively, Rosina replied. You will see love in his eyes and know that love is beating in his heart. It's not what they say that matters, but what they are thinking and feeling. That is what we have to be clever enough to understand. Lady Doreen said sadly, Suppose we never find a man who loves us for ourselves. You need not fear that, Rosina replied firmly. You are so pretty and charming that you will find a man who would love you if you owed nothing but a hole in the hedge. But if it doesn't happen, Lady Doreen persisted, then we'll be happy old maids. They embraced, hugging each other tightly. We shall always be friends, Rosina promised. Together they went downstairs, but there a shock awaited them. As they reached the hall, the butler was opening the front door, admitting a man who stopped dead at the sight of them. They too stopped suddenly. Arthur, Lady Doreen whispered. One look at her face was enough to tell him the worst, but he tried to brazen it out. I have come to take you home, he said. I hope you haven't been listening to any lies about me. I have been listening to the truth, she said passionately. Don't come near me. I never want to see or speak to you again. But I can explain, he cried, refusing to believe that the prize was slipping through his fingers. Your letters. Can you explain them? I have seen them, Arthur. I have read every dreadful word, and there is nothing that you can explain. A moment ago she had been smiling through her tears, full of courage. Now the sight of him had brought her grief flooding back. Her face streaming with tears, she ran down the rest of the stairs, pushed Arthur Woodward aside, and ran out into the street. Rosina saw her run to her waiting carriage and hurry aboard. It drove off at once, leaving him staring after it in helpless rage. Then he turned back into the house, staring at Rosina with eyes filled with hate. The butler looked nervously between them. "It's all right, Amesbury," Rosina said quickly. "You may go." Whatever was going to happen now, she did not want it witnessed and gossiped about by a servant. The butler melted away. "You did that," Arthur Woodward snapped. "You brought it on yourself by telling lies about me," she told him. "But then, lies come naturally to you, don't they, Mr. Woodward? You are determined to ruin me. You wouldn't rest until you've got revenge for that stupid woman. Don't talk about her like that." "I shall talk any way I like. Do you think I care for anything after what you've done to me? I could have made something of myself. I could have served this country." "No, you only cared about serving yourself. I could not let my friend marry you, knowing what I do." "And just what do you think will happen now, my fine lady? Am I supposed to slink away like a beaten dog, because you have deigned to turn your hand against me? Do you think I give up so easily?" "I care nothing for what you do now," Rosina told him. "Oh, but you will. Matters are not going to rest here. I, too, know how to take revenge, and I shall take it. You will rue the day you ever crossed me. I promise you. And you will rue the day you ever spoke to a lady like that," came Sir John's voice, so suddenly that they both jumped. He wasted no time, but took Arthur Woodward's ear between his fingers and propelled him irresistibly towards the front door. "Let me go," Woodward howled. "By all means," Sir John said, releasing him so suddenly that the man staggered and had to clutch the doorpost to stop himself falling down the steps. "You haven't heard the last of me," he raged. "I'll make you sorry for this, both of you, but especially—" his finger pointed directly at Rosina. "Especially you." Instantly, Sir John sprang forward, seized the man by the collar and thrust him back against the wall. "If you dare to hurt one hair on Miss Clarendon's head," he declared with fierce emphasis, "I will make you sorry you were born. Do you understand me?" Woodward gave a gasp to signify that he did, and Sir John released him. He turned and ran down the steps, down the street, out of sight. "Are you all right?" Sir John asked Rosina. "Yes, I am very well. I won't let that creature frighten me. But I'm glad you came by when you did." "It was no accident. Amesbury was worried about leaving you with him, and he came to find me." "Thank goodness. Are you sure that you're all right? You seem upset." Rosina had begun to shake. Sir John drew her quickly into the library and shut the door behind them. Then he simply drew her into his arms, so that her head rested on his shoulder. Gradually, she felt herself stop shaking. "That's better," he said. "You should never have been left alone with that beast." "Why not? I promise you he was far more afraid of me than I of him." "And that's where your danger lies. A man like that fights like a cornered rat, and I don't want you to be his prey." "He can fight all he likes. Lady Doreen knows the truth now. What can he fight for?" "Revenge. You heard him. My poor girl, you shouldn't have to carry all these burdens." The words made her stiffen and draw back. She was reluctant, because it was strangely pleasant to be standing like that with him. But not for the world would she let Sir John think she was the kind of frail female who demanded male protection. That was probably how he believed women ought to be, she thought darkly. If so, she would show him otherwise. "Why not?" she demanded. "Why shouldn't I have to carry these burdens?" "Because carrying burdens is a man's responsibility, and—" He stopped, warned by the glitter in her eyes that he was straying into dangerous territory. "I know that you are stronger than most women, and more intelligent." "Oh, so you think most women are weak fools?" "I didn't say that." "You implied it." Why are you trying to quarrel with me? Are you angry because for once you needed my help? I am grateful for your help, but don't read too much into it. I am still stronger than that man. Don't underestimate him, Rosina. Then let him not underestimate me. I still have the letters, and, if I catch him up to any mischief again, I'll use them. He gave a rueful laugh. You're so brave and defiant. If I didn't know you better, I'd be scared of you myself. What makes you so sure you know me better? You knew me as I used to be, not as I have been since Miss Draycott's death. I'm a different person since then. I fight back, on her behalf and on behalf of all women, and I won't be satisfied until all women are empowered to fight for themselves. Are we talking about women having the vote? He asked wryly. Among other things, and how dare you find that funny? Do you think what happened to her is funny? Has anyone ever been able to treat you like that? I don't think so. Then you'd be wrong, he said. I've been treated exactly like that by a woman who broke my heart and left without a backward glance as soon as she found a better prospect. Callousness is not the prerogative of my sex. Believe me. Then you should be more sympathetic and understanding when I try to do something for other women. But you've already done it. I merely beg you not to endanger yourself. Rosina, you've struck a mighty blow for ill-used women. But let this be the end. Promise me that. I shall promise you nothing. How dare you demand promises of me? I not only demand, I insist. Let me have those letters at once. I shall do no such thing. Who do you think you are? My father? Not at all, he muttered so softly that she barely heard. Aloud he said, You are brave and strong, but you don't know the world. I knew it well enough to defeat Arthur Woodward. He isn't defeated, only winded. He'll be back, and if you like to think of yourself as a warrior, no warrior is invincible, and only the foolish ones imagine that they are. You need help. I do not need your help. I think you do. Your idea of helping me is to take over and give me orders. I want you to give me those letters, and I think I should not. The subject is now closed. Is it indeed? He said, his eyes kindling with anger. Yes, it is, because I am now going upstairs to my room, where I shall lock myself in. If you attempt to pursue me, it will cause a scandal. In fact, Mamma would probably throw you out of the house. And your father would promptly bring me back, he retorted, annoyed with himself for being unable to resist saying it. Rosina surveyed him with her head back. She was almost laughing. You delude yourself, sir. But in the house of Clarendon, Mamma rules. If you doubt me, try it. He didn't dare try it. She was too sure of herself. Instead, he said through gritted teeth, That is dishonest fighting. It's taking advantage of your opponent's weak spot. I thought that was how you're supposed to fight, she replied innocently. Isn't that how politics works? Then suppose I fight dishonestly too. Either you give me those letters, or I disclose this whole thing to your father, and he will demand them. You wouldn't. Why not? I'm simply playing you at your own game. As you say, it's politics, and you're becoming an accomplished politician. So we fight on even terms. Rosina's eyes shone with excitement. No quarter asked. None asked or given, he said. In that case, I have the letters upstairs. She left the library and mounted the stairs, Sir John behind her. As they reached her room, she said, You'll have to wait out here. Naturally, he said, slightly shocked at the suggestion that he might do otherwise. But leave the door open so that I can see what you're doing. Why? Don't you trust me? No. She slipped into her room. The next moment the door was shut in his face, and the sound of a bolt shooting across told him he'd been fooled. "Rosina!" From behind the door came her triumphant voice. "There's more than one way to fight dishonestly." He was about to knock furiously when he beheld the terrible sight of the housekeeper approaching. He thought fast and, raising his voice, addressed the door. "I am glad to have been of service, Miss Clarendon." Then he turned and walked down the stairs with as much dignity as he could muster, and her laughter followed him all the way. Chapter 7. Next day, Sir John went to attend some business in his constituency, and Rosina did not see him for a while. Meanwhile, her giddy social life went on whirling until it was almost out of control. As a debutante, she was presented at court and was winked at by the Prince of Wales. She attended parties, balls, and picnics. She joined a merry group at the races, where the prince had a horse running, put a discreet wager on the animal, and lost. Miss Holden was there, and lost a great deal of money, which seemed to bother her not at all. George Blakemore also had substantial losses, which he shrugged off. For a few days, she did not see Lady Doreen, and she wondered what had happened regarding Arthur Woodward, who seemed to have vanished from the social scene. She was thinking of calling on her, but then he saw her at a ball they both attended, given by the Duke of Malton. Her friend smiled and came over to her. "I've been hoping to see you," she said. "I have so much to tell you." They drew aside together into a tiny room. "Tell me what happened," Rosina begged. "Did you send Arthur Woodward on his way?" "Oh, yes. When I reached home, Papa was there, and he could see that I was upset. He wanted to know why, and so I had to tell him everything. He was displeased that I had encouraged Mr. Woodward's pretensions, but he forgave me. I told him about the last letter, the one in which that man boasted of the match he was about to make, and Papa was furious. He sent for him and told him never to set foot in our house again. Since then, Papa has been warning people to have nothing to do with him." "I am so glad," Rosina said fervently. "And now Papa wants to speak to you." Lady Doreen took Rosina's hand and led her to Lord Blakemore, who said gruffly, "My daughter has told me that she owes you, ma'am, and I thank you. Should you ever need anything, you may command me." "Thank you, sir. I'm only glad to have been able to help my friend." She smiled at Lady Doreen as she said this. "And you have been the best possible friend to her," Lord Blakemore said warmly. "It was my intention to back Mr. Woodward as a candidate for the new constituency of South Gradley, but now I have withdrawn my backing. I did not, of course, say why, for my daughter's sake. I simply made my lack of enthusiasm known, and I'm happy to say that his candidacy is at an end." "That's wonderful news," Rosina exclaimed. "Yes, but don't be too sure you've seen the last of him. He has an ingratiating manner, and he'll find another opening in some place where my influence does not extend." "Is there such a place?" Rosina asked. "He will discover one. When I think I esteemed him so highly that I was going to let Doreen canvass for him, it fills me with horror." "But perhaps she can join me in canvassing for Papa," Rosina said. "That's what she tells me she wants to do. It'll be time for you all to go to the constituency soon." "And I should like to help Sir Elroy win his seat," Lady Doreen said eagerly. "Of course you may, my dear. Miss Clarendon, I bid you good night, and please remember that you have my eternal gratitude." Almost overwhelmed, Rosina thanked him. She could hardly believe what was happening. Mr. Woodward was defeated. She only wished Sir John could be here to witness her victory. In fact, any gathering from which he was absent seemed strangely lacking in interest. If he was here, she could at least enjoy a good quarrel with him. But then, she realized, even if he was here, he would probably be too busy dancing with Lettice Holden to have any thought for herself. Miss Holden was dancing with George Blakemore, but as the music ended, George hailed her and came over to ask Rosina to take the floor with him. She danced with him twice, then with several other highly placed admirers who praised her to the skies. One, a marquis, was clearly laying the ground for a proposal, until she gently discouraged him. Finally she went home, filled with relief to have escaped her admirers, who frankly were beginning to bore her. As she descended from the carriage and approached the front door, something made her turn and look towards the end of the street. She gasped. For an instant, she had almost imagined that she saw Arthur Woodward standing there, glaring at her. But the place where she had seen him was empty. She must have imagined it. Then the butler opened the front door and she went inside. "I'm beginning to imagine things," she told herself. "It's Sir John's fault, trying to make me afraid when there's no need. This is my night of triumph, and nothing is going to spoil it. But it's a pity he isn't here to see it." These days, Sir Elroy was staying later and later at the House of Commons, and it was clear that matters were coming to a head. "The Reform Bill is in its final stages," he told his wife and daughter one evening. "As soon as it's passed, Parliament can be dissolved, and we can really concentrate on the election." Time seemed to drag on forever, and still Sir John did not return. Rosina was surprised to realize that he had only been away for 2 weeks, since it felt like months. One evening, she and Mamma returned home very late from an evening where she had been the belle of the ball. Lady Clarendon was in ecstasies over her daughter's success. "But I must just put you on your guard, my love. You gave 3 dances to the Honourable David Conroy, who, after all, is only a younger son." "But he makes me laugh, Mamma." "Ah, yes," Lady Clarendon sighed. "Your papa used to make me laugh when we first met. Sometimes he still does. I know how attractive it can be. But still, a younger son." "I suppose younger sons must marry somebody," Rosina observed. "But there is no need for them to marry you," her mamma said, dismayed by the turn the conversation was taking. "I wonder when Sir John will return to London," Rosina said in a carefully indifferent voice. "With matters moving so fast in Parliament, surely his place is here." "I'm sure Sir John knows his own business best," Lady Clarendon said. "He's also supposed to consider Papa. He ought to be here," Rosina said crossly. "Well, I expect he'll return soon." This time Rosina said nothing, but her fingers tapped nervously on her reticule. When they reached home, Lady Clarendon went into her husband's study, while Rosina picked up some invitations that had arrived while she was out and lay on the hall table. She glanced up as her mother returned, saying, "Well, Sir John has returned, so I hope you'll be satisfied now." "He's here?" "Yes, he's in the library with your papa. They're working very hard. I told them what a great success you'd been tonight, and they said they'd give you their congratulations and apologize for not saying good night to you, but they are so busy." "I wouldn't dream of disturbing either of them, Mamma. Good night." She kissed her mother and hurried up the stairs to her room, where she closed the door a little too sharply. The following morning, Rosina endured an awkward meeting with her father, who had summoned her into his study. "My dear, whatever have you been up to?" he asked. "What do you mean, Papa?" "I've heard such disturbing stories about Arthur Woodward and a teacher at your school called Miss Draycott, and you knew all about him, and have been, I scarcely dare to say the word, blackmailing him." So Sir John had told Papa all about it. At that moment, Rosina felt that she hated him. "I knew that he had behaved badly, Papa, and was behaving badly again, so I stopped him." "Without confiding in your parents? Good grief, I never heard such." He stopped as the door opened and Sir John entered. "I'm sorry to disturb you," he said, "but that package has arrived." He handed over a large envelope, which Sir Elroy seized eagerly. "Thank you, John. Leave me now. We'll talk later." Rosina swept out of the door, followed by Sir John, who closed it behind them. At once she turned on him. "I wouldn't have thought it of you," she said bitterly. "Thought what of me?" "You betrayed me to Papa. You broke your word." "Never. If you mean the letters, I gave no promise about them." "And so you told him everything?" "I swear that I did not. How can you think such a thing of me?" "He knows all about it. He just said to me, the same sort of things that you said." "They are things that any man must say when he thinks that you are in danger. Can't you understand that?" "You told Papa," she said stubbornly. "Did he say so?" "He didn't get the chance, but when I next see him, I shall ask him." "And get me thrown out of the house?" he said wryly. "What do you mean by that?" "I didn't say anything about Woodward, but if you inform him that I knew, he's going to be annoyed with me for not telling him. I should have done so, of course. So if you want to do me a bad turn, go ahead." Rosina glared at him sulphurously. At that moment, the door opened and Sir Elroy emerged. He looked askance at Rosina. "We'll talk some more on that matter later," he said. "Yes, Papa. But will you tell me how you knew about it?" "Why, Lord Blakemore told me, of course. I asked why he'd withdrawn his patronage of Woodward, and he explained what he'd discovered, with your help. Why? Who else could it possibly have been?" "Nobody, Papa. I wasn't thinking. I'll leave you two now, because I'm sure you have much to discuss." She fled. She was blushing all over at the injustice she had done to Sir John. How could she have been guilty of such a terrible thing? That afternoon, a dressmaker called with the gown, made of shimmering blue satin, that she was to wear that night. On her feet she wore dainty silver sandals, and her head was adorned with Mama's diamonds. She knew she was a vision of beauty, but for some reason she could take no pleasure in it. She couldn't be happy until she had seen Sir John and apologized. Mamma would not be coming tonight, as the Blakemores were collecting her. When she heard the carriage arrive outside, she began to descend the stairs slowly. As she came around the curve in the stairs, she saw Sir John standing in the hall below. He wore white tie and tails, as though he was going to the ball. He looked up and saw her. Then he grew very still. There was a look in his eyes as they rested on her that made Rosina's spirits soar. He watched as she descended, then reached out to take her hand as she took the last step onto the floor. She waited for him to speak, but he did not. He seemed transfixed by the sight of her. At last he spoke. "Rosina," he said softly. "Rosina." Her heart was beating too hard for her to speak. She wanted to say something, but no words would be enough to answer what she saw in his eyes. The world seemed to stop. "My dear, are you ready?" The sound of her mother's voice broke the spell. She came out of her dream and returned to the present. It seemed to be the same with him. "Yes, Mamma," she called, drawing back from him. Lady Clarendon appeared in the hall in a flurry of agitation. "The carriage is here. Sir John will go with you. He is also invited. Enjoy yourselves, both of you." The butler was opening the front door. Sir John offered her his arm. Rosina took it, and they swept out together. The magic moment was over. She still had much to say to him, but now it was impossible. Sitting in the carriage with the Blakemores, they could speak of nothing but trivialities. But the chance would come at the ball, she thought. He would ask her to dance, and they could talk then. But he never did ask her. He danced with Lady Doreen once, with Lettice Holden twice, and with every other woman in the room, it seemed to Rosina. But he never once approached her, and, in fact, left the ball early, saying that he had urgent papers to read. To Rosina, it sounded like a feeble excuse. Later that evening, the Blakemore coach dropped her at home, then went on with Lady Doreen. As Rosina entered the house, her mother opened the door to the library, beckoning her, and Rosina went in. "Was it a good evening?" Mamma asked. "Did anything happen?" By anything, she meant a proposal. "Lord Senwick made me an offer, Mamma," Rosina said listlessly. Lady Clarendon's hands flew to her mouth. "You are engaged to Lord Senwick?" At that moment Rosina became aware that her father and Sir John were in the room, listening. "Oh, no, Mamma. I refused him." Lady Clarendon gave a little scream. "You turned him down, without consulting your father or me?" "He's a rather stupid man. When I try to talk politics, he says he wouldn't dream of burdening a lady's head with anything so dreary. Honestly, what can you say to such stuff?" "Nothing at all," Sir John said cheerfully. "He is clearly beyond redemption." Lady Clarendon ignored this. "But you rejected him without consulting your parents," she repeated, trying to make her stubborn daughter understand the enormity of her offence. "But I don't want to marry him, Mamma." "What has that got to do with anything?" Rosina saw that Sir John was regarding her satirically. Against her will, her lips twitched. "I thought it might have a little to do with it," she said mildly. "You know very well what I mean. He's an earl." "Well, he's a very stupid earl." "My dear child, you're looking at this in quite the wrong way. His brains, or lack of them, are totally irrelevant." Rosina's eyes met Sir John's and read in them a wicked humour that matched her own. "How very fortunate for him," she murmured. "If we all started demanding intelligence in a man before we could marry him, what would the world come to?" "Nothing. The human race would die out," Rosina said mischievously. Her father gave a choke of laughter. Instantly, his lady turned on him. "Have you nothing to say to your daughter, sir?" "Yes. I'd like to commend her for refusing a stupid man." "You're as bad as she is," his lady informed him. "Surely not, ma'am," Sir John said, shocked. Lady Clarendon dismissed this as a mere pleasantry, but Rosina knew better. Sir John, wicked creature that he was, had meant that nobody was as bad as herself. She threw him a wry look to show that she fully comprehended, and he grinned back. Of course she understood him, as he understood her, despite their differences. They could read each other's minds, and would always be able to do so. Even when they were old and grey, she realized, they would still share that perfect sympathy of mind that was as strong as love. So strong, in fact, that it would be there even when they were married to other people. For some reason, she felt depressed. Next day, she sought out Sir John. "I want to apologize to you for the wicked things I said. I should have known you wouldn't betray me." "Yes, I think you should have known that," he said with gentle reproach. "I'm sorry. Are we friends again?" She held out her hand. After a moment he shook it. "Friends," he said. She felt disappointed. Somehow she had expected more, but she could not have said what. "So what exactly has happened to Arthur Woodward?" he asked. "I've heard rumours, but I haven't liked to ask questions of anyone but you. He is no longer the candidate for South Gradley. Lord Blakemore saw to that," Sir John added. "How?" "He simply withdrew his support, and Mr. Woodward was finished. And no doubt that satisfies you." "It delights me. Rosina, do you really think that's how things should be done? With a man like him, yes. But with another man, one who wasn't guilty." She frowned. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that Lord Blakemore raised his eyebrow and everyone hastened to do his bidding, and that is wrong. It doesn't seem wrong in this case because we know Woodward is a bad character. But can it be right that one man should have so much power, especially when it's exercised behind the scenes?" "But so much is done behind the scenes," Rosina protested. "Much of it could not be done at all otherwise." I'm not sorry that it's happened. How else could he have been defeated without a scandal? I understand that, but I don't think you do. You're a man, and men can fight openly, but women can't. Of course, but we have to seize on every weapon we can find, even if it's not very satisfactory. That's why I went to war against that man in the way I did, and why I'd do it again. What are you smiling at? I was thinking that poor Senwick had a lucky escape. Fancy imagining politics were too heavy for your brain. You almost make me believe in reincarnation. I don't understand that. Clearly, in another life you were Joan of Arc. Yes, you'd like to see me burnt at the stake, wouldn't you? It would shut me up. I can't think of anything else that would, he said darkly. You're right. Nothing will ever silence me. Politics concerns women as much as men. You ought to understand that. But in some ways, I think you're as bad as Lord Senwick. Yes, I want women to have the vote. Yes, I want to see us in Parliament. And one day it will happen. I look forward to seeing that. Do not patronize me, sir. I didn't. Yes, you did. I know that tone. The one that says, here she goes again, dreaming impossible dreams. But I only want women to be able to defend themselves against unscrupulous men, and I will do anything to achieve it. You, I think, would do anything to prevent it. That's grossly unfair. Ha! What does that mean? It means, ha! It means you run out of arguments, he said hotly. When you've nothing left to say, sneer at your opponent. Great heaven, Rosina. I'd almost like to see you in a parliamentary debate. You'd wipe the floor with some men I could think of. Now you're patronizing me again. Can I say nothing right? Sir John roared. Rosina, I admire your spirit, but there is still much that you don't understand. How convenient, she scoffed. How easy to simply say that and brush me aside. The man who could brush you aside would need to be very brave, Sir John said fervently. He would also need to have a thick hide, and it would help if he were stone deaf. She was strongly tempted to say, ha, again, but she had a feeling that it would be unwise. Instead, she turned away, intending to pace the floor, but then she stopped, transfixed by what she saw. William Gladstone was standing in the doorway. Uncle William, she exclaimed. My dear. He embraced her warmly. Have you been there long? She asked. His granite face creased in a smile. Long enough to hear some very interesting things. I had no idea you were such a firebrand. You're right about one thing. There have to be great changes in this country. Very great changes. And the time is coming. Rosina gave Sir John a triumphant look. Then I can't wait for the election, she declared. Very soon now. Things are happening. The Reform Bill has gone for the royal assent. Then Disraeli can dissolve Parliament. But suppose he doesn't? Then we'll make him, Uncle William said vigorously. Now, I have a great deal to discuss with your father. I'll fetch him, she said, and hurried away. She had a feeling that she had won this point in the game that pitched her and Sir John against each other. But before she was out of earshot, she heard Uncle William say, My goddaughter is a really knowledgeable, intelligent young woman, and just the perfect wife for you, John. Then came Sir John's emphatic reply. I would as soon marry a buzzing gnat. This time, she did say, ha. She said it to herself again, when she had delivered the message to her father and gone out into the garden. She was not quite sure what she meant by it, but it made her feel better. Chapter 8. At last it was time to leave London. The election was underway in the new constituencies, and with new voters. Lord Blakemore's estate lay within Sir Elroy's constituency, and the family travelled to East Gradley on the same train as the Clarendons. Sir John came with them, and spent most of his time talking to Lady Doreen. The thing that makes this election different to any other, he explained, is that this country now has an extra 1.5 million voters. Men owning land of a certain value, or even renting rooms of a certain value, can vote for the first time ever. But only men, Lady Doreen said. Sir John grinned. You must talk to Miss Clarendon about that. She has strong views on the subject, as, indeed, she has on every subject. As every woman should, Rosina said firmly. Really, ma'am, he teased her. Only women? Surely we poor men are allowed strong opinions too. I'm sure that nobody could prevent it, she said, laughing reluctantly. Later she drew Lady Doreen aside for a private talk. How are you feeling now? She asked. You always seem so cheerful on the surface that it makes me wonder if you are still hurt underneath. How kind you are, said her friend. No, I'm not hurting any more. My heart isn't broken. I don't think I really loved him. It's just that it seems so different. A man from a background without privilege, determined to make his own way. I thought that was admirable. All I want now is to forget that I was on the point of making a fool of myself. Thank goodness you came to save me. Think no more of that, Rosina said. We are starting out on something new and exciting, which I think you will find absorbs your thoughts and your feelings so that you have no time to worry about anything else. Lady Doreen laughed. I love the way you put it, she said. I know I will enjoy being with you. At East Gradley, the two families left the train, while Sir John stayed on for the next stop, West Gradley. Rosina stood on the platform, waving as the train drew out. When it had gone, the world felt very empty. Come along, my dear, said her father. We have work to do. That evening, he was visited by party officials. Both Rosina and her mother were present to hear the local party secretary tell him bluntly that his seat might be in danger. The part of the constituency that's been hived off to make South Gradley contains some of your most solid support, he explained. And most of the newly enfranchised men are in what's left of your territory. At this stage, we simply don't know which way they'll vote. We're all going to have to work very hard to make sure of them. What about Sir John Crosby next door? Sir Elroy wanted to know. Does he have the same problem? Luckily, no. He's kept the safest part of his area, and the new voters are mostly in that bit that's been assigned to the new constituency. There won't be any problem about returning him. Thank goodness, Sir Elroy said. He's coming over to help me, but I'd hate to think he was neglecting his own voters dangerously. Don't you worry, sir. Sir John is so popular that his party workers can do what's needed. It's right for him to help you. Just think, if you lost your seat when you were about to be made— Not a word, Sir Elroy said quickly. You mustn't talk or even think like that. That's understood, sir. But they're taking bets in the alehouses. If they must take bets on anything, tell them to bet on whether or not I get elected, Sir Elroy said, sounding harassed. Nothing could be worse than letting people think I'm taking success for granted. Rosina had much to think about as she went to bed that night. The threat to her father was very real. He might lose his seat just as he was on the verge of gaining high political office. It mustn't happen, she said fervently. Somehow Papa must win. If only Sir John arrives quickly tomorrow. I'm sure he will know what to do. On that thought, she fell asleep. Sure enough, Sir John was there early the following morning, and with a plan of action already drawn up. I think we should start by visiting those people who can be found at home. After that, we'll go to the factories. Many of the new voters are working men, and that's where we'll find them. Lady Clarendon came in and looked at her daughter proudly. I remember when I first went canvassing for your papa, she said. I was thrilled. Now it's your turn. Do you have any good advice for me, Mamma? Don't forget that everyone has their problems, Lady Clarendon replied. You won't find anyone who doesn't have a problem of some sort. Rosina nodded as her mother went on. Some are worried about their children. Others are just anxious to elect someone who will help them with their own particular difficulties, whatever they may be. I suppose, Rosina said, the majority of them want money. Of course they do. No matter how much they have, they always feel poor, and would like to be better off, which I suppose is also true of ourselves. Let them talk of their troubles, then be sympathetic and understanding. Leave them with a promise that if he's returned to Parliament, your father will do everything he can to make the people here as happy as possible. What about his opponent? Rosina asked. A Mr. Montague Rushley, I believe. He's a dreadful man, her mother said at once, personally chosen by Disraeli for his oily qualities. He's working very hard to do your father down, by saying things about him which are untrue. Is he able to do that? Rosina asked, shocked. Lady Clarendon laughed. You know as well as I do that if someone wants something very important, they lie and lie. Yes, I do, Rosina said, thinking of Arthur Woodward. I also understand that Mr. Rushley's office has recently been joined by some very undesirable elements, men with no background or principles. At the moment, it's all vague rumour and no certain details, but people have appeared who are unlike anyone we've dealt with before. They are hard and unscrupulous, and now the constituency has been divided up, they see their chance. Well, we won't let them get away with it, Rosina declared. Sir Elroy came into the room. He was starting the journey with them, on his way to a meeting of the election committee. Are you ready to go? He asked. I was hoping Lady Doreen would have arrived by now, Rosina said, but I suppose she won't. Maybe her father changed his mind. We can't wait for her, Sir John said. There's so much to do. So, when Papa had gone to his meeting, it would just be herself and Sir John, Rosina thought, trying not to feel too pleased. But as they were leaving, they saw a carriage approaching. When it came to a standstill, Lady Doreen got out. Here I am, ready to do all I can to help you, she said. Did you think I'd forgotten? Not at all. It's lovely to see you, Rosina said, trying to feel glad. It would have been nice to have just one day alone with Sir John. Your servant, ma'am, Sir John said, taking her hand and bowing over it. The more lovely girls to beguile the men into voting for us, the better, Sir Elroy said. Lady Doreen laughed. My father was telling me at breakfast, she said, that everyone in London is in a state about this election. I'm determined to work as hard as Rosina is doing. I am sure the two of you will be a great success, Sir John said, smiling. Thank you. I look forward to learning about other people's lives that are so different from our own, Lady Doreen said. I agree, Rosina said at once. Think how much we can learn from the men who are working on the railways or down a coal mine. Also from women who have brought up a large number of children and have had to work in a shop or somewhere else to get the money to feed them. Mamma insists that it's important to talk to the women too, even if they can't vote, because they may influence their husbands. Do men ever listen to their wives? Lady Doreen asked. I doubt it, Rosina said at once, but that is Mamma's theory. And she is quite right, Sir Elroy said at once. I have always listened with deep respect to whatever my wife says, because she is such a wise woman. Rosina laughed. It's all right, Papa. I promised to tell Mamma that you said that. Thank you, my dear, Sir Elroy said, mopping his brow. They all laughed at his relieved expression. Having dropped Sir Elroy off at his meeting, the other three had an exhausting 2 hours talking with people who had only just gained the vote under the new bill and could still hardly believe it. Rosina realized that it was going to be very hard making the men realize how important the election would be, and how essential it was for them to vote the Liberal Party into power. She talked about all the reforms Mr. Gladstone was planning that would make people's lives better. The men listened, but she was not quite sure how much they understood. When they got outside, she said, "Goodness, that was hard work. Do you think we did any good?" "I hope we did," Lady Doreen said. "I thought you were brilliant in understanding how the election would affect them, when as far as I can make out, they had never taken part in one before." "We can only hope," Rosina said, "that something we have said to them will make them realize how much their vote matters." Lady Doreen laughed. "I never knew it could be so tiring having to repeat oneself," she said. "If I have to say again what I have already said 50 times, I think I will go mad." Rosina laughed. "No, you won't," she said. "You'll go on working as we all do. Now here we are at the next place, and it's time to say it all again." "You do it so well," Lady Doreen sighed. "I'm trying to be as good as you, but I will fail. I know I will fail." "You have to believe in yourself, just as you believe what we are telling them is the truth," Rosina answered. "They have been told a lot of lies by the opposition." They stayed for an hour, talking earnestly, and were all very tired when they came outside and climbed back into their carriage. They were driving towards the next port of call, and were passing the railway station, when Rosina gave a cry of joy. "Stop! Stop!" She called to Wilkins, the coachman. "It's Charles!" Sure enough, there was her brother coming out of the station. Wilkins pulled the horses to a standstill. Rosina opened the carriage door and jumped out. "Charles! Charles!" she exclaimed. "How wonderful to see you again! Oh my goodness! You're hurt!" To her horror, she had noticed that his arm was in a sling. He kissed his sister, then he said, "It's nothing serious. I fell down some stairs." "But how did you come to do that?" "Between you and me, I'd been making merry and, well, one thing led to another." "And you fell down the stairs?" she said, amused. "It was enough to get me some leave, so I thought I'd come and help Papa win the constituency." "I'm so glad to see you," Rosina said. "We're out canvassing. We can take you with us, and you can go home afterwards." "All right, if that is what you want," her brother agreed. Seeing Sir John sitting in the carriage, Charles beamed with pleasure. "I was hoping I'd find you here," he said. "In fact, I tried to reach you before I left London, and was told you were in the country." "You have come home at exactly the right time," Sir John told him. "Things are very serious, and we have all got to fight in every way we can to win what is likely to be a very unpleasant and a very violent battle." "Good heavens!" Charles exclaimed. "Is it as bad as that?" "Worse," Sir John replied. "But let me introduce you to someone else who is helping your father, although I expect you've met her before." As he spoke, Charles noticed the third person in the carriage and gave a cry. "Lady Doreen," he said. "How nice to see you again. I didn't expect to find you here." To Rosina's amusement, she saw that he was blushing. "I came to help the family work for your father," Lady Doreen replied. "I'm glad to see that you've come to do your duty." "I think I'm going to enjoy doing my duty now," he said, smiling at her. After Charles's luggage was put on the back of the carriage, they started off again. They visited 3 places in quick succession. Rosina and Lady Doreen left the last one first, and waited in the carriage for a while before the men joined them. "I never realized that there was so much work involved in politics," Lady Doreen said. "I wonder how Lettice Holden will like it." "Miss Holden?" Rosina echoed sharply. She realized that she had almost forgotten the wealthy Lettice. It was a rude shock to be reminded of her now. "You know how you and I have been longing to marry her off to Sir John?" Lady Doreen said mischievously. "Have we?" asked Rosina, who had no recollection of longing for any such thing. "Of course. A rich wife will be of enormous benefit to him, and I understand that it's almost settled between them." "Nonsense," said Rosina before she could stop herself. "If that was so, he would have told me. Or at least my father." "But perhaps delicacy prevented him," Lady Doreen said. "A man naturally doesn't like to appear too confident until he has received a firm answer." Rosina was very pale, and suddenly she could hardly find the breath to ask the next question. "Are you telling me that Sir John has actually proposed to Miss Holden?" Her heart was beating hard as she waited for the answer. "I'm not quite sure," Lady Doreen said slowly. "Normally, she confides in me, but recently, when I've asked her how advanced matters were between them, she merely giggles and simpers." "Then she doesn't sound like the kind of wife he needs," Rosina said, in a voice that she hoped did not shake. "A wife who giggled would drive him out of his senses." "So I think myself, but, you know, if he has proposed, he is committed." "Of course," Rosina said, a little sharply. "If he has proposed. Well, I'm sure it's only a matter of time. Whenever I've seen them together, they've seemed so happy. Every time they dance, she always seems to be laughing." Rosina was silent, thinking back to the times she had danced with Sir John. She had never felt like laughing. Rather, she had wanted to feel his hand tightening in the small of her back, drawing her closer so that she could feel his warm breath on her cheek. She had wanted to look deep into his eyes and see them burning as they looked at her. She had wanted to watch his mouth and wonder how it would feel if he kissed her. But she had not wanted to laugh. At this moment, she felt that she might never laugh again. "Rosina?" She became aware that Lady Doreen was talking to her, as though from a great way off. "I'm sorry," she said, startled back to reality. "I said the men are coming. Now we can be on our way." They were approaching the carriage, laughing and slapping each other on the back. Rosina was watching Sir John, as if from a distance. And it was as though she was seeing him for the first time. How handsome he was. How splendid with his laughing face, his air of confidence and vibrant masculinity. How could any woman refuse his proposal? And how could she herself have been so blind all this time? By the time they had reached the carriage and got in, she was in command of herself again, and able to ask, "How did you get on?" "Not too badly," Sir John answered. "But, if you want the truth, we'll have to work hard to make them believe that they need to have the Liberals in power." "But we've got to win," Rosina said. "For Papa's sake, we simply must." He laid his hand over hers. "Don't worry. Everything will be all right." Now she felt as though his touch burned her. She wanted to snatch her hand away. She wanted to leave it in his forever. At the next place, they were heckled by a man who was obviously primed with some very difficult questions. But they answered them well, because they were fighting for what they believed in. Charles was particularly impressive. At any rate, Lady Doreen seemed to think so. At last they reached home, eager for their lunch. As they sat down to eat, Sir John said, "I feel as if I've climbed to the top of the highest mountain and fallen down the other side." "I know exactly the feeling," Rosina replied. "I think we deserve a good meal, but we must eat it quickly, because there's still a lot to do this afternoon." "I think I worked harder this morning than I've worked for a long time," Sir John said. "All I can say about you two ladies is that you are magnificent. I'd be really worried if you were working for the opposition." "The last man I was talking to tried hard to convert me into being a conservative," Rosina said. "He promised that if I became one, I should have everything I want, and innumerable men kneeling at my feet." They all laughed. Then her brother said, "If you believe that nonsense, you will believe anything." "Thank you, brother dear. You're more than complimentary." "Oh, you know what I mean." "Brothers are never complimentary," Lady Doreen said wisely. "Besides, Miss Clarendon doesn't need politics to get men kneeling at her feet. Sir John observed. She has most of London there already. Most, she thought, but not all. Not you. Charles greeted Sir John's pronouncement with brotherly scepticism. "Rosina?" he cried. "Never." His sister kicked him under the table. "Eat up," she said, ignoring his yelp. "We need strength to go on this afternoon." Lady Doreen groaned. "Do we really have to do that?" she asked. "Of course we have to," Charles replied. "But I'll look after you, and I promise you that you won't find it so tiring as you did at first." Rosina and Sir John exchanged significant glances. By the time they were able to cease work and enjoy a late tea, they all said they had never worked harder in their whole lives. "And now," said Sir John, "I'm going home to have a bath, and to tell you the truth, I'm going to bed very early, because I'm exhausted." Rosina laughed. "Nonsense," she said. "You're enjoying every moment of it. I saw you this afternoon holding forth volubly to several women who were entranced by you." "But how will that help?" Lady Doreen wanted to know. "After all, women don't have the vote, so what is the point of entrancing them?" "There isn't one," Rosina said, "but Sir John enjoys female adulation. Since Miss Holden isn't here, he has to make do with any he can find." If she had hoped to surprise a reaction from him, she was disappointed. He merely grinned at her. It was time for Lady Doreen to leave. Charles took her to where her carriage was waiting. "You mustn't let them tease you," he said. "You were splendid, and I thought you not only looked lovely, but what you said was brilliant." "Was I really all right?" Lady Doreen asked. "I've always been interested in politics. In our house you have to be, but I wish I understood more." "Then you must let me tell you all about it," Charles said. "I will enjoy that even more when I enjoy getting yet another vote for the Liberals." He spoke in a way which made Lady Doreen look at him with an expression in her eyes, which was very moving. She got into the carriage, and Charles closed the door behind her. "Goodbye until tomorrow," he said. "I will be counting every moment until we meet again." He spoke very quietly, so that the coachman did not hear. Then he kissed Lady Doreen's hand. As she smiled at him, she drove off. He stood watching the carriage until it was out of sight. Then, almost reluctantly, he turned and walked back into the house. "You look cheerful," Sir John observed. Charles hastily removed the vague smile from his face and went on past them into the garden. "Poor old fellow," Sir John observed. "He's past praying for." "You think that he and Lady Doreen?" "Certain of it. He has the look of a man in love." "How does a man in love look?" Rosina asked him curiously. "You should know. You've seen enough of them gazing at you like dying donkeys." "Just because a man looks like a dying donkey, I don't think that means he's really in love," Rosina said. "I'm sure the real thing is something quite different." "May I ask if you speak from experience, ma'am?" "Well, nobody has ever seen me looking like a dying donkey." "I believe you. You have far too much common sense." She had never realized before that common sense could be such a crushing phrase. "I pride myself on my common sense," she said defiantly. He gave her an ironic little bow. "How wise of you. Now it's time I was returning to my own home, so I'll bid you good day." As he went to the front door, Rosina followed him, unwilling to let him out of her sight until the last moment. She stood there wistfully as he went down the steps to his carriage. Then she stiffened. "I'll see you early tomorrow," he called back to her. "Rosina? Rosina, what is it?" When she did not answer, he came running back up the steps. "What is it?" he repeated. "Nothing. I thought I saw—" "What did you see?" He took her arms gently and gave her a little shake. "Tell me." "I thought I saw him," Arthur Woodward."
"Where?" he asked sharply.
"There, by the gate. He's gone now."
He turned at once, racing back down the steps and heading for the gate, looking one way then another. "There's nobody there," he said.
"I might have imagined it. But I've seen him several times before."
Sir John drew her back into the house. "What do you mean you've seen him before?" he asked urgently.
"I saw him twice in London. He stands so still, and he glares at me with hate. I thought at first it was just my fancy, but he keeps coming back. Oh, John, I must be going mad."
"Nonsense," he said reassuringly. "Of course you're not."
"Then why do I see a man who isn't there?"
"Perhaps he is. We know he hates you and blames you for his misfortunes. Maybe he's following you and trying to upset you. All the more reason for you to be careful." She gave a shudder.
"Yes, I suppose so. But where is he? After what happened, he just seems to have vanished."
"And that's why he seems to come and go like a will-o'-the-wisp," he agreed. "I'll find him, and when we can locate him in one place, that will set your mind at rest."
"Can you do that?" she implored. "Oh, please."
"It may take a couple of days, but I'll track him down. I won't let anyone hurt or frighten you. Rosina, please, don't worry." She looked up at him, her heart glowing at the warmth in his voice. She felt his hands on her shoulders, strong and reassuring. But then a cold wind swept over her as she recalled what Lady Doreen had said about Lettice Holden. This man was virtually engaged to another woman, which meant that he could never be hers. She should not be here with him, growing so close to him. From now on, that feeling was forbidden. She gave a horrified gasp and pulled away. "Thank you," she said hurriedly. "I shall be most grateful for anything you can do for me. Now I will bid you good night." "Good night," he said, giving her a puzzled look. "Rosina?" "Good night." "Good night," she cried. She almost ran away, but when she heard him close the door and go down the steps, she went to the window and watched him get into his carriage. She did not move until the carriage had swung out of the gate and vanished from sight. Her eyes were full of tears. He was lost to her. Chapter 9. Rosina lay awake most of that night, trying to collect her thoughts. How could this have happened? How could she have understood that she loved John only now, when it was too late? Of course the feelings had been there for a long time. She had always felt at ease with him, but she had assumed that it was no more than friendship. But then, wasn't friendship also a part of love? Would it not be wonderful to marry a man knowing that he was your friend, as well as your lover? She could talk to him as she could to nobody else. Even their frequent arguments were no more than a meeting of minds, and she often enjoyed them. Recently, things had changed. In his presence, she had become aware of a new excitement, dancing with him, feeling his arms around her, his strong body moving close to hers, had thrilled her as nothing had ever done before. And still she had refused to understand what was so plain. She loved him. Her girlish infatuation had given way to the passionate love of a woman. But it had happened when she was angry with him about Miss Draycott. He had tried to warn her that Woodward could not be relied on, but she had misunderstood, thinking that he was siding with a villain, when he had only been trying to protect her friend from pain. In her anger, she had turned on him, and so failed to comprehend her own feelings. It was true. As Lady Doreen had said, she had at least half encouraged him to court Lettice Holden, although she had done so in an ironic way. But he would not have understood that she was saying things she did not really mean. Or perhaps he did not care what she meant. Perhaps he really was set on this wealthy match for the benefits it could bring him. When she woke up in the morning, her pillow was wet with tears. She braced herself to meet her family without letting them suspect that anything was wrong. But when she entered the breakfast room, only her brother was there. He did not seem to notice her air of strain, being too preoccupied with his own affairs, and Rosina became aware that he seemed full of a suppressed excitement. "Is something the matter?" she asked him. "Nothing is wrong, but something is wonderful," he said. "As soon as Mamma and Papa come in, I'll tell you all about it." "No, tell me now," she begged. "All right. Last night, after we returned home, I slipped out and rode over to Blakemore House. They were all about to go to bed when I arrived, but I managed to say everything I wanted to say." He stopped. His face was shining with happiness. "Is it Lady Doreen?" Rosina asked. "Yes," he said, beaming. "I asked Lord Blakemore for her permission to pay court to her, and he agreed." "What did she say?" "Very little in words. She just smiled and nodded. We're not officially engaged, but I may court her, with a view to becoming engaged soon." "But so soon?" "It isn't soon for me. I have loved her from the moment we met at your debut ball. Since I've been apart from her, I've thought of nothing else but her, and how I could contrive another meeting." "Did you really fall down those stairs?" Rosina teased. "Well, I may not have tried very hard to save myself," he conceded with a sheepish grin. "I knew I had to get back on land and see her. I never thought for a moment that I'd be lucky enough to win her. But she says she likes me, and could perhaps love me. That's all I dare to hope for at the moment." "Oh, Charles, how wonderful! She is very dear to me, and I'm sure you could make each other happy." They hugged each other. Rosina half thought she must be dreaming. But nothing could be more marvellous than for Charles to marry her friend. At last, her parents came into the breakfast room, and Charles told his story again. They were overjoyed, and for a while Rosina was able to join in their delight. Then her happiness dimmed a little. It might have been herself and Sir John celebrating the future. But it would not be, because she had thrown him into the arms of another woman. Now she was faced with a lifetime of regret, wondering how things might have turned out if she had known her heart sooner. Perhaps she could have won him, but she would never know. "I dare say she will be here soon," Sir Elroy said. "It will be lovely to see her." But Lady Doreen did not arrive. Neither did Sir John. Time wore on until it was well past the moment when they should both have arrived, and everybody's heart sank. "I'm going over to Blakemore Hall," Charles said at last. "Something must have happened." "Wait," Rosina said, looking out of the window. "She's here. In fact, they're both arriving." The two carriages were drawing up together, one containing Lady Doreen and one with Sir John. Both of them were frowning and looking agitated. They jumped out, greeted each other tensely, and entered the house arm in arm. "For pity's sake, what is it?" Charles demanded, going straight to Lady Doreen and taking her hands. "My darling, tell me everything." "I hardly know how to," she said in a shaking voice. "Something has happened which... Oh, Sir John, how can I tell you?" "But how can it have anything to do with him?" Charles demanded. "Early this morning, a messenger arrived from London with devastating news. You may remember that Papa wanted George to come here with us, and George refused. Now we know why. He has eloped." "Eloped?" Charles echoed. "But why should he need to? Surely everyone would welcome him as a son-in-law." "Yes, but Papa does not approve of the lady he has chosen, so George ran off with her. He must have been planning it all this time, and put his plan into action as soon as we'd left London." "But who has he eloped with?" Charles demanded. "Lettice Holden," Lady Doreen whispered, her eyes on Sir John. For a moment, he did not react. He merely stared at her as if thunderstruck. Rosina's eyes were fixed on his face, but she could not decide whether he was heartbroken or merely astonished. "Did you say Lettice Holden?" he asked at last. "Yes, Sir John. I'm afraid I did. I know that this news will come as a terrible blow to you." She got no further. Sir John threw back his head and began to laugh helplessly, while they all stared at him, and Rosina felt a surge of happiness. She could hardly believe what was happening. "Forgive me," he said at last. "I'm not sure how you were expecting me to react, but—" He shrugged, smiling. "I think you are splendid," Lady Doreen told him fervently. "We were all sure that you and she would make a match of it. Indeed, Rosina and I did everything we could to bring it about, and it's so terrible that our efforts have all been in vain." "I am indebted to Miss Clarendon, and you, of course, for these efforts on my behalf," Sir John said in an ironic voice. "But it seems I was defeated by the better man." "Nonsense," Lady Doreen said with unexpected robustness. "George isn't the better man, just the poorer one. You see, she has a tremendous amount of money, and George owes so much he simply can't afford to marry anyone else. Papa refused to countenance the match because he thinks she's vulgar, but he doesn't know the full extent of George's debts, and George was too scared to tell him." "What do the Holdens think of the match?" Sir John asked. "It seems they were in on the plot," Lady Doreen said crossly. "Well, George is heir to an earldom," Sir John said. "How can I compete?" "Oh, Sir John, are you terribly disappointed?" Lady Doreen asked tragically. Rosina held her breath, and her heart suddenly beat wildly. "Please, don't think of me as being in any way disappointed or dismayed," he said. "In fact, I feel I've had a lucky escape. Just think, if she captured any larger prey, she might have set her sights on me." He shuddered. "But you seemed so happy together," Lady Doreen protested. "She was always laughing." "Heavens, yes," he groaned. "How that woman laughed! It was a dreadful sound, but it was better than her simpering. So, I was just the stalking horse for your brother. Never mind. I dare say I'll be able to bear the disappointment." He sounded almost light-hearted, Rosina thought, scarcely daring to believe what was happening. He was free. He did not belong to another woman. But she must still be careful. He had given no sign that he loved her. Nevertheless, she refused to let anything dampen her soaring spirits. She could yet win his love. It was some time before Rosina could get Sir John to herself. First, the others must tell him their news, and he must exclaim over it, and congratulate the happy couple. But at last, Sir Elroy and his lady drew Lady Doreen and their son aside, and Rosina was free to confront Sir John. "Shame on you," she told him, "for speaking of Miss Holden like that. Clearly she married George on the rebound because you were so hard-hearted." "But I was not," he said innocently. "I threw myself at her feet, and offered my heart and soul, if only she would give me the free run of her purse." "Oh, really?" she exclaimed indignantly. "Why do you say that? Confess, Rosina. It was what you meant to do. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I suppose she must have found something lacking in my declarations of undying love." He gave a melancholy sigh that did not deceive her for a moment. "You could have had the Holden fortune," she said, eyeing him askance. "Yes. However will I manage without it? But I can't help feeling that George needs it more than I do. In fact, I think they may be very happy together." "How can you say that? She's a thoroughly silly young woman." "True, but then he's a thoroughly silly young man. Since neither of them is cursed with an excess of brains, they will suit each other together admirably." Rosina was forced to admit that this was possible. "Brains matter in a marriage," he added, after a moment. "They matter more than you might think, almost as much as love. A couple cannot be happy if their minds are not in tune." It was unnerving to hear her own thoughts of last night put into words, but also exhilarating. Was he trying to tell her something? "Before the others come back, there's something I must say to you," he said. "Yes?" Her heart was beating fast. "It's about Woodward." "Oh," she said, in a flat voice. "I'm afraid you were right about him. He's here." "Here, in Gradley? I really did see him." "Almost certainly. But wait until I tell you the worst, the really incredible thing. Woodward has gone over to the other side." Her hands flew to her face. "You mean—" "He's working for the Conservatives, helping Montague Rushley win his seat away from your father." "Oh, no! How could he? He's a Liberal. He believes in our cause." "I'm afraid a man like that believes in nothing except what will serve to advance himself. One side or the other, it's all one to him." "And he'll really try to harm Papa? It's my fault. Oh, what have I done?" "Rosina, this is not your fault. You must not believe that." "But if Papa loses the seat, I shall blame myself for the rest of my days." "Then we must make sure that he doesn't lose it. From now on, we must think of nothing else but the election." "Yes," she said with a little sigh. "Nothing else." She would have to be patient, she told herself. Between now and the election, they would have plenty of time together. She soon realized that Sir John had been right to warn her about Woodward's activities. She did not see him, but she was always aware of him working behind the scenes. At meetings, there was always one determined heckler, very well primed with hard questions. Too well primed for it to be an accident. But she never saw Woodward himself, and slowly time moved on until it was almost the day of the election. She was out doing some last-minute canvassing on her own, accompanied only by Wilkins, the coachman, who had been with the family for 20 years. She felt satisfied with her day's work. She had done her best, and now there was nothing more she could do to help her father. Rosina was walking towards the carriage, which was waiting for her, when she suddenly realized that there was a familiar figure on the other side of the road. It was Arthur Woodward. He was just coming out of a small, shabby house, and it seemed to her that there was something furtive in his manner. He turned sharply to the right and began walking down the street at a determined pace, as if it was important for him to reach somewhere quickly. On an impulse, Rosina stood up on the seat of the carriage, which was open, and said to Wilkins, "Follow that man who is walking along the pavement. Keep well behind him, because I wish to know where he is going." Wilkins chuckled. "What are you up to now, Miss Rosina?" he asked. "He's a bad and wicked man," Rosina answered, "and I want to know what he's doing, because I am sure it's something deceitful and underhand, and he's walking on the pavement. He won't realize we're just behind him." Wilkins chuckled again. But because he was used to the odd things the children of his employer had done ever since he had driven them, he obeyed Rosina's command, moving slowly so that Arthur Woodward was well in front. Then suddenly he stopped and turned towards a house on the left. Pushing open the door, he went in and disappeared. The coachman brought the carriage to a standstill. "Now what do you want me to do, Miss Rosina?" he asked. "I'm just wondering what that man is up to," she answered. "He's done everything in his power to prevent Papa from getting the votes he wants, and I'd like to know what he's doing in that house." "It may be untrue, but I was told when I was having a drink at an alehouse nearby that the other side are printing a lot of extra voting slips." Rosina drew in her breath sharply. "False voting slips," she exclaimed. "So they said, and then they fill them in to make sure Montague Rushley wins. I wondered if I should tell your father, but then I thought it'd only worry him, and perhaps it were a lie." Rosina thought. Although she did not say so, that 10 to 1 it was true, and Arthur Woodward was up to making mischief again, as ruthless and dishonest in one way as he had been in another. "Let us wait for a moment," Rosina said. "When he comes out, I'll call at the house and see what's happening inside." "Just you be careful, miss. I'm not having you get into trouble over what I've told you. The master would skin me alive." "I'll be careful," Rosina promised. "But I have to find out and put a stop to it, if it's what we think. It will break Papa's heart if he's thrown out after so many years of helping the people here." Wilkins pulled the horses up beside a large tree on the opposite side of the road to the house. 10 minutes passed. Rosina was just beginning to think perhaps it was a waste of time when the door opened and the man she hated came out. Without noticing them, because they were on the other side of the road and behind a large tree, Arthur Woodward turned and walked quickly away. As soon as he was out of sight, Rosina said, "I must find out what he's been doing. Suppose I go to the back door and see who's inside?" "It's best if I do that," Wilkins replied. "You stay here with the horses." He took off his hat, put it on the floor of the carriage, and went off muttering, "The things I do for this family." Rosina slipped into his seat and held the reins while he walked across the road and disappeared into the back of the house. Rosina sat waiting, wondering if she were letting her imagination run away with her. Surely there was nothing in the house which could possibly endanger her father. "Perhaps I am being stupid and wasting time," she told herself. "But Arthur Woodward is unpleasant and dangerous. I must protect Papa in every way I can." Wilkins was away for quite a long time. When he came back, Rosina knew, even before he spoke, from the expression on his face, he had found something. As he reached the carriage, he looked to the right and left, as if to make sure that no one was listening or watching them. Then he said, "We were quite right, Miss Rosina. That man is up to no good." "What is happening?" Rosina asked. "Well, as far as I can make out," the coachman said, "they're forging a great number of voting slips. In fact, there's a pile of them on the table in the sitting room. Luckily, the man who was there left the room for a moment, and I slipped in and grabbed a few. Here." He showed her the papers in his hand, and Rosina drew in her breath sharply at what she saw. They were indeed false voting slips, and every one had been filled in for Montague Rushley. "Well done, Wilkins," she exclaimed. "Let's go home quickly and show my father." "I'll do that right enough," Wilkins said as he climbed into his seat. "Papa is going to be very grateful to you for this," Rosina said. She was right. Her father was fervent in his thanks to his faithful servant. Sir John was horrified and angry. "Let's hurry back with the police," Sir Elroy said. "The sooner Woodward is behind bars, the better." He patted Rosina's hand. "Don't worry, my dear. We'll soon be back." "I'm coming with you, Papa." "Certainly not. It's no place for a woman." "It was a woman who discovered this," she replied. "And I want to be in at the kill." "Let her come with us," Sir John said. "This is Rosina's triumph, and she has the right to see it to a conclusion." His eyes met hers as he spoke, and she knew he was saying that he understood why she would want to be present at the downfall of Arthur Woodward. She smiled and held out her hand in gratitude. He squeezed it, smiling back. "Well, if you think so," Sir Elroy said dubiously. A footman was dispatched to the local police station, and half an hour later a man arrived in plain clothes. He introduced himself as Detective Inspector Vanner. He had a uniformed constable with him. "We've suspected this for some time," he told Sir Elroy, "but we could never be certain of the headquarters." "If your information is correct, sir, you've performed a valuable service to the community." "Let's go and catch them red-handed," Rosina said urgently. The detective also looked askance at the idea of a lady going with them, but Sir John backed her up, and Sir Elroy said nothing to the contrary. He merely looked at the two of them with curiosity and pleasure. He was a very perceptive man. Darkness was falling as they set out and went to the end of the street where the house stood. There they halted. "It's the third house on the left," she told the detective. "You can't see any lights from the front because they're working around the back." They all crossed the road, went quietly in through the gate, and made their way around the side of the house to where a staircase led down to the basement. From here, they could just see a light. "Please, wait here," the detective said, signalling to the constable to follow him. The two policemen descended to the basement, followed by Sir Elroy and Sir John. Rosina stayed behind, listening to the silence that seemed to go on forever. Then came a mighty crash as the door was kicked in, followed by shouts. Unable to bear the suspense any longer, she crept down the stairs and saw the men fighting behind the windows. There was Arthur Woodward and another man, struggling in the arms of the law. Delighted, Rosina went in. "We've got them, miss," the detective said. "Now then, you." He was talking to Arthur Woodward. "You've got some explaining to do, and you'll do it at the police station." "You can't treat me like this," Woodward bawled. "I'm an important man." "No," Rosina said. "You could have been an important man, if you hadn't been eaten up by pride and greed." He looked at her with venom. "You," he said with loathing. "I owe all my misfortune to you." She regarded him evenly. "I hope so," she said. "I really hope so." That was too much for him. Wrenching himself free from the constable, he launched himself on Rosina. He landed hard enough to carry her down to the floor. The next moment, she felt his hands at her throat, squeezing the life out of her. Chapter 10. For a terrible moment, everything went black. Rosina fought and kicked, but the man holding her was enraged to the point of being a maniac, and she could not move him. His hands were growing tighter around her throat. She was losing consciousness. Then, just when she thought everything was over, the weight crushing her vanished. Rough hands hauled Woodward to his feet and slammed him back against the wall with a violent curse. "John," she gasped weakly. "John." He did not seem to hear her. Fear for her safety and fury at her attacker had transformed Sir John. She caught a glimpse of his face as her father helped her to her feet, and could hardly recognize him. His face was savage with hatred for anyone who would dare to hurt her. For a terrible moment, she dreaded that he might kill Woodward. And she did not want that, for the harm it would do to John himself. She did not want him standing trial. She wanted him free and safe to live his life, and to marry her. "John," she screamed, "let him go, please." But all his concentration was on Woodward, whose eyes bulged from his head, and his face was distorted by fear. "Don't you dare lay a hand on her," Sir John grated, "or I'll kill you. Do you understand me?" "Now then, sir," Detective Vanner intervened, "let him go. I'll deal with him from now on." But Sir John did not move. His hands seemed frozen to Woodward's neck, and there was murder in his eyes. But then Rosina laid her hand on his arm. "Let him go," she said. "Don't you see? It's time to think only of us. Don't let him spoil that." Her words reached him as nothing else could have done. Slowly he relaxed and allowed her to pull him away. He was breathing hard. "That's right, sir. I don't want to have to arrest you as well, do I? What would the young lady say to that?" Detective Vanner gave a sly look at Rosina, who suddenly blushed. John turned his head and looked at her very intently. "Now, let's get back to business," the policeman said. "Look at these." He was pointing at the table. "All these false ballot slips, made out against you, Sir Elroy. probably enough to deny you the seat, if they'd been put into the system. "And look here, sir," said the constable. "All this money looks like counterfeit to me." Detective Vanner surveyed Arthur Woodward. "You'll be going away for a very long stretch, my lad. Right, come along with you." He hauled him away, while the constable took away the other man. "My, that was exciting," Sir Elroy said, brushing himself down. "Thank heavens he's been defeated. To think of him daring to attack you. My dear John, you have all my gratitude for what you did. I thought that fiend was going to kill Rosina." "He would have liked to," she said. "Thank goodness John was here to protect you. Fancy that." "I'm extremely grateful to Sir John, Papa." "Well, I expect you'd like to tell him so yourself. I'll be waiting for both of you in the carriage." Sir Elroy departed quickly, leaving the other two looking at each other awkwardly. "It was very brave of you to come to my rescue," Rosina said. "You have all my thanks." She fell silent, wondering what was happening. Sir John was looking at her with a heart-rending expression on his face, and she no longer knew what to say to him. Her own heart was suddenly beating fast. "It wasn't brave at all," he said. "I could not bear you to be hurt. I would give my life for you." She looked at him, and his face still bore the same look that pierced her heart. It seemed to promise so much, and yet she might be mistaken. He might not really care for her at all. And she knew that if John did not love her, then nothing else in the world mattered. "John," she whispered. "Oh, John." He was beside her in an instant. "Rosina. Rosina, my darling. Oh, my dearest love. Do you think you could love me?" "Yes," she said ecstatically. "Oh, indeed, yes, I could. I do. I've always loved you. But then I became angry with you and I told myself I didn't love you. But that wasn't really true. In my heart, you were always there. But then I thought you were courting Miss Holden. And I thought you were trying to ensnare George Blakemore. I was wildly jealous. But what could I say?" Then came the moment she had dreamed of, the magic moment when his arms closed around her body, and he drew her close and kissed her. The feel of his lips on hers made her feel that she was in heaven. All the troubles and problems seemed to fall away, simply because she was in the arms of the man she loved. "My love, my love," he murmured against her lips. "I've loved you for months, but I couldn't tell you so before. You were so young, and I knew I must wait until you had a chance to look around you and make a better match." "There is no better match than you," she said passionately. "I don't have a great title like some of your suitors, or a great fortune." "Do you love me?" "With all my heart and soul, forever and ever." "Then you are a splendid match," she cried. "I will have no one but you." "My darling." He embraced her again, fiercely this time, and she could sense all the passion that he had striven so long to hide. "Let us leave this place," he said at last. "It's dark and full of hate and evil. For us, there will be only light from now on." She placed her hand in his, and together they danced up the steps to where the coach was waiting. "But where is Papa?" Rosina asked. Wilkins leaned down from his box and winked at her. "Sir Elroy took a cab home. He said he thought you'd enjoy having the coach to yourself." "Wicked Papa," Rosina exclaimed. "He was always determined to bring us together." They climbed in and shut the door behind them. It was dark inside, and there was no one to see the fervour of their embrace, or listen to their whispered words of love. "I must confess," John said, "that I contrived it so that I should stay at your house. Otherwise, I would hardly have seen you, and I wanted to be there all the time, seeing you every day. I thought it would give me a chance to win your love." "You didn't need to win it," she said. "I have loved you for a long time, but I thought you only saw me as a little girl. I had to fight not to tell you of my feelings. It would have been wrong to speak of them sooner, but now I'm free to say that I love you, and I shall love you forever." He kissed her fiercely, and she responded with ardour, rejoicing that they had finally found each other. "My darling," he said to her at last, "is Miss Draycott laid to rest now?" "Yes," she said. "I should never have let her come between us, but I was so angry with you when you seemed hard and unsympathetic to her plight." "I never meant to sound like that. But her hopes and dreams seemed to me so unrealistic when seen against the cruel world I knew, the world of men set on advancement at any cost to others. I meant only to utter a warning. I didn't intend to imply that I approved of creatures like Woodward." "I just wouldn't listen to reason, would I?" she said. "I blamed you, wrongly. You spoke out of your generous heart, and I love you more for it. I'm so sorry that she couldn't be saved." "But we did her justice in the end," she said, "and for that we must be grateful. I suppose it was unwise of me to speak to that man as I did." "Most unwise," he said lovingly. "But it was all part of your loyalty to your friend. I would not have you any different. But from now on, I will be discreet for the sake of poor Miss Draycott. Sometimes I even hope that she is happy and content in heaven." "I'm sure she is. You have done all you could for her, and now you must let her rest." "Yes," Rosina agreed. "I shall never forget her, or cease to be grateful to her for showing me the truth about him, so that I was able to help Lady Doreen. But now," he said, taking her into his arms, "now we may think about ourselves and the life that we shall make together." He kissed her fervently, and for the rest of the journey home, she rested her head contentedly on his shoulder. When the coach drew up at their front door, they realized that someone was drawing back the curtains to watch them. Quickly, the curtains were dropped back into place. "I think that was Papa," she said. "I know he has always wanted this, but whatever will Mamma say?" "Let's go and find out," John said. As they mounted the steps, the door was pulled open by the butler, and inside stood Sir Elroy and his lady, both beaming with expectation. "Well?" Papa said. "Well?" "Oh, Papa," Rosina cried. "I'm so happy." She ran into his arms and hugged him exuberantly. He in turn hugged her until she was breathless, delighted by the fulfillment of his dearest hope. When she emerged from his embrace, she saw that her mother was also hugging John and saying, "My dear boy, I was afraid it would never happen." "Mamma," she cried, "but you didn't want me to marry John." "Nonsense, child. Of course I did. But you've always been such a contrary creature that I knew if you thought I'd approve of him, you'd go the other way, just to be difficult. So I ordered you not to think of him. I knew it would work." "Mamma," Rosina cried, outraged. "How could you be so conniving and duplicitous?" "It was easy, my dear," her mother chuckled. "I simply wanted to see you happy, and I knew the way to make it happen. Of course John is the man for you." "Hush, Mum," John begged, his eyes twinkling. "If you say any more, she'll throw me over." "I wouldn't let her," Lady Clarendon declared, advancing on him with her arms wide. Rosina watched, smiling as they embraced. Then her father shook his hand. Now, she felt, he was really part of the family. Then Charles arrived home, having spent the day with the Blakemores. At first, he was angry that he had missed all the fun, as he put it. But when he heard what his sister had to tell him, he was overjoyed, and pumped John's hand eagerly. Nobody wanted to go to bed. They were all far too excited by the day's events. But at last, it was time for Sir John to go home. They spent a last few precious minutes together. "I don't want to leave you," he whispered. "I can't bear to go away, even though I know I'll see you again tomorrow." "Come back soon," she begged. "The time will seem so long without you." "I love you," he said. "I love you. I love you." She went to the door and watched as his carriage rumbled out of the gate. Then she went to bed and dreamed of him all night. When Rosina awoke the following morning, she could hardly believe that everything was really happening. Could it really be true that John was in love with her, just as she had been in love with him for such a long time? But she thought it was something which would never be a part of reality. "I love him. I love him," she said to herself. "I thank God 1,000 times that he loves me." She thanked God she could give him her whole heart without reserve. Nothing could be more wonderful, she thought as she dressed. I have been so lucky to find John, and I know when we are married, we will be so happy that we will somehow, in some way, make other people happy too. She dressed herself hurriedly because she wanted to go downstairs and see the man she loved. She found him already there in the garden, having arrived early because he was so anxious to be with her. She saw him walking across the lawn and felt a little throb in her heart, because not only was he there, but in the sunshine he was looking so handsome and so happy, just as she was happy too. She ran out and threw herself into his arms, which folded possessively around her. A few minutes later, Lady Doreen arrived. Rosina saw her brother's joy at the sight of her, and thought that the Almighty had been very kind to all of them. The four of them spent a happy day together. Officially they were canvassing, but not very much work was done. They were all too happy in each other's company for that. And then, at last, it was the last day of the election. Sir John called in on his way to the railway station to start the journey to his constituency. "How much I should like to stay here to see your father voted back in," he said to Rosina, "but I must be there for my own count." "And Rosina should be there with you," said Sir Elroy, coming into the hall in time to hear this. "But, Papa, don't you want me with you?" she cried. "Of course I do, but I'll have your mother, and Charles, and the Blakemores. You're going to be the wife of a member of Parliament, and it's right that the constituency should get its first view of you, at his side, for his great moment." "He's right, my dearest," John said. "It would mean the world to me." "Oh, John, how I would love to be there with you." "Hurry then, we leave in a few minutes." Papa and Mamma went with them to the station and waved them off. In half an hour, they had crossed the constituency border into West Gradley, and a few minutes later the train pulled into the station, where they were greeted by the party representatives. Wherever they went, the announcement of their engagement was greeted with joy. Rosina's heart soared. She was marrying the man she loved, and allying herself to the only life she wanted, all in one. Together they went around the polling stations, meeting some of the newly enfranchised men who had come to cast their first votes. They congratulated them, and were congratulated in turn. In the evening, there was dinner at party headquarters, and then on to the town hall for the count. As soon as they entered, there were loud cheers, and someone said, "Well done, Sir John. They've just finished, and you've won by 3-1. The announcement will be made at any moment." Then Rosina had the proud experience of standing beside her future husband on the balcony of the town hall, as he was announced the winner for the constituency of West Gradley to the cheering of the crowds below. "If only things are going as well for Papa," she said to John when they were inside. "I've been thinking of him, hoping he is all right." "Don't worry," John said. "You stopped Arthur Woodward's tricks, and he is surely safe." He looked at the clock. "It's time we were leaving, or we'll miss the last train, and we must be there for your father's celebrations." They made their farewells and set off. In less than an hour they were in East Gradley. At the station they took a cab to the town hall, where they found a crowd standing outside with an air of expectancy. "They don't seem to have made an announcement yet," John observed. "That's right," someone called. "They're on the third recount. It's very close." They hurried inside and found Sir Elroy calmly drinking champagne, surrounded by his family. "Papa, this can't be happening," Rosina said imploringly. "Patience, my dear. I am ahead by only 10 votes, but in 3 recounts they haven't managed to make that figure any less." "Oh, goodness," she breathed. "If they do manage it, I think I will jump from the window and run away." "If you do that, I'll run after you," Sir John replied. She slipped her hand into his. "I am so frightened that we will have anticipated too much." "Have faith, my love," he said. Even as he spoke, there was the sound of loud voices coming nearer. The town clerk appeared and stood before Sir Elroy. "Congratulations," he said. "Your opponent has conceded, and you are elected member for this constituency." Lady Clarendon threw herself into her husband's arms. Rosina and John hugged eagerly. So did Charles and Lady Doreen. Together, they all went out onto the balcony, and the mayor made the declaration to the waiting crowds below. They cheered and cried aloud, "You have won! You have won!" As his family joined him, the voices grew even louder. Sir Elroy held up his hands. The cheers died away, and there was silence. "I want to thank you 1,000 times for all your support and your help. What we have to do now is to make this country even greater than it already is." He paused for a moment, and there was a cheer, which he acknowledged with a wave before continuing. "God bless you all, and thank you once again." As he finished speaking, there was a roar of applause. Sir Elroy turned back into the room and said, "Let us hope we're not rejoicing too soon, and that Gladstone has the majority everyone predicts." In the early hours, they left the town hall and went to the railway station to catch the last train to London. Then they went straight to the party headquarters, which they found in uproar. "The results are coming in fast," a man said. "It looks as though the Liberals are headed for a majority of over 100. And there's a message for you, Sir Elroy, from Mr. Gladstone. Will you please see him at 5 o'clock this afternoon? It's about what we had discussed with you earlier." "What did he discuss with you, Papa?" Rosina wanted to know. "Which position he plans to offer me, my dear. He gave me a choice of 2, and I said I would think it over and let him know when he became Prime Minister." "What are they, Papa? And which will you choose?" But Sir Elroy put his finger to his lips. "Do you know, Mamma?" Rosina asked her mother, who was just behind them. "Oh, yes. Your father told me weeks ago. He wanted me to help him decide." "Then tell." But she too shook her head and moved away, arm in arm with her husband. For the first time, Rosina realized the full extent of the bond between them. Lovers and friends. He would confide in her what he would tell to nobody else. "You're very pensive, my darling," John said tenderly. "Are you not happy?" "Oh, yeah, very happy. It's just that I'm thinking about something you said. When Lord Blakemore managed to blight Arthur Woodward's chances merely by withdrawing his support, you said it wasn't right that one man could ruin another man's political opportunities merely because the first man was powerful. I was angry because Woodward was so clearly a villain,
But I've realized that you were right. It would have made no difference if he hadn't been a villain. Once a powerful man like Lord Blakemore became his enemy, his chance would be over. And it's wrong that one man should have so much power." John nodded. "Thank heavens I'm marrying a lady who can think," he said. "This is a fine and splendid country, but there's still so much that should be put right, like some people having too much power, and others too little. Today, we've taken the first step by giving so many more people the vote and encouraging them to use it. Now, we must look forward to the next step and the one beyond, and I thank my stars that I shall have you beside me." "And I shall stay beside you forever," she said, "because this is the only place I want to be." She rested her head on his shoulder, happy in her love, and happier still in the true meaning of their minds. John's words, "Thank heavens I'm marrying a lady who can think," seemed to shine a light before her, illuminating the years ahead when they would grow closer and more united, not only in heart, but in mind and soul. And that was all she asked out of life.